Chapter 22-21. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai's heart instantly sank. Then, Master, your subordinates? Yang Kai asked again. They'll be there soon. Ban Qing frowned impatiently. This king likes to move alone. After saying this, he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Why are you asking this? It's nothing. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said slowly, this junior just wants to offend you. After saying this, he turned into a streak of light and charged straight at Ban Qing. Yang Kai understood that since the heavenly monster mountains had been sealed off, and there were 3 other masters from the Emperor realm searching in other places besides Ban Qing, and Ban Qing's subordinates hadn't arrived yet, now was the best time to deal with him. Escaping was unrealistic. Not to mention, Ban Qing was an expert in concealment and assassination techniques, and his movement skills were exquisite. Yang Kai might not be able to escape. Even if he escaped, where could he run to in the vast, heavenly monster mountains? If he wasn't careful, he would run into someone else. At that time, he would be pincered, and there would be no hope. It was better to fight Ban Qing while he was alone. If he couldn't win, it wouldn't be too late to escape. If he could win, then there would be no need to escape. Ban Qing raised his eyebrows, as if he hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so bold. Not only was he bold, but he also had the ability to move freely under his pressure. Previously, he hadn't put Yang Kai in his eyes because there was an absolute difference in strength between the two. Once the pressure of the Emperor realm was released, a Dao Source realm cultivator wouldn't be able to move at all. The middle-aged man lying on the ground was the best proof. In Ban Qing's eyes, Yang Kai's cultivation was on par with the middle-aged man's. They were both at the level of the third-order Dao Source realm. It was just that the strength of Yang Kai's soul was a bit more condensed, as if he was about to reach the Emperor realm. But this still didn't have much meaning. If he didn't cross the threshold of the Emperor realm, then there would always be a difference between heaven and earth. He felt that under his pressure, Yang Kai would not even be able to move a finger. But when Yang Kai really moved, he was as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning. It was as if he wasn't affected by his pressure at all. Ban Qing was a little surprised by this discovery, and he was also a little angry from embarrassment. With a cold snort, he stood where he was and did not move an inch. Instead, he released all of his pressure, which completely enveloped Yang Kai. Ugh. Halfway through, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan. His body suddenly stopped. At that moment, he felt as if the space around him had solidified. This greatly hindered his movements. Your courage is commendable, but it's extremely stupid. Ban Qing looked coldly at Yang Kai, his eyes full of disdain. Master, is it really okay for you to look down on me like this? Yang Kai roared, his spiritual energy bursting out, igniting a layer of raging flames around his body. The flames burned and danced. It made Yang Kai look like a man on fire. The surrounding temperature also seemed to rise by a lot. The lush trees even withered in the blink of an eye, and the ground was scorched. Conflagrated divine sense. Ban Qing's pupils shrank as he cried out in shock. Mutated divine sense was extremely rare no matter where it was, but it could not be denied that it was extremely powerful. This was especially true for the fire attribute divine sense, which was known for its tyrannical and destructive power. Ka-cha-cha. A series of cracking sounds came from the surrounding space. This was the sound of Ban Qing's pressure being shattered from the Emperor realm. As soon as Yang Kai released his conflagrated divine sense, the pressure on him was greatly reduced. He turned into a streak of flames and pounced in front of Ban Qing. He clenched his hand into a fist, which was surrounded by raging flames, and smashed down. No wonder you're so arrogant. So you do have some ability. Facing this terrifying attack, Ban Qing did not show any signs of panic. Instead, he calmly commented before tapping his foot and retreating. With this retreat, he seemed to cross the barrier of space. When he reappeared, he was already more than 30 meters away from Yang Kai. That ferocious punch instantly hit nothing but air. At the same level of cultivation, there are probably very few people in this world who can be your match, but Ban Qing coldly smiled. This king is from the Emperor realm. Are you still dreaming? HM? When he roared out that last word, The already heavy pressure suddenly increased by several degrees. The flames on Yang Kai's body instantly flickered wildly, and his body sank as if he was being pressed down by a mountain. Under the immense pressure, Yang Kai roared and endured the pain from all over his body. His body swayed, and he once again charged in front of Ban Qing despite the restraints of the pressure. "Brat, do you want to die?" Ban Qing revealed a grave expression for the first time as he roared. This was because Yang Kai did not care about the pressure on his body and forcefully broke through under Ban Qing's pressure. This was actually very damaging to his body, and the slightest carelessness could result in the destruction of his soul. However, Yang Kai did not seem to care at all, nor was he worried about such an outcome. He looked like he was going to trade his life for Ban Qing's. Ban Qing had never met such a person before. To describe such a person, there was only one word that was most appropriate: a fugitive. Since you can't see reality clearly, then this king will let you see it clearly. Ban Qing was enraged and pushed his hand forward. Vigorous energy burst forth from his palm, creating a wave of energy that engulfed Yang Kai. Thump, thump, thump. Yang Kai's figure rapidly retreated as he continuously groaned and groaned in pain. The flames on his body also dimmed significantly. Yang Kai had clearly been injured by this attack. As an Emperor Realm Master, the moment he made a move, it would be extraordinary. However, with the soul-warming lotus as a foundation, Yang Kai did not have much to worry about. If it was anyone else who had suffered such injuries, they would have already thought of retreating and would only think of quickly finding a place to heal. However, Yang Kai did not need to. As long as his soul was not shattered or destroyed, the soul-warming lotus could be repaired with time. He had the capital to be crazy. Yang Kai's body staggered, and his expression dimmed. Before he could regain his balance, Ban Qing suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Immediately after, his voice sounded from Yang Kai's side, his tone indifferent. "Now, you should understand, right?" It had to be said. Ban Qing was indeed very skilled at concealment and assassination. His attack came without warning and was simply impossible to guard against. From the moment he disappeared to the next attack, there was no gap in time at all. In his hand was still that dagger condensed from spiritual energy. This attack of his was aimed directly at the center of Yang Kai's chest. It was exactly the same method he had used to deal with the middle-aged man. But at this moment, the corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a subtle arc. In the next instant, a purple light flashed and a light curtain inexplicably appeared on the surface of Yang Kai's body, forming a light shield that enveloped him. Asterisk ding. Asterisk a crisp sound rang out. Ban Qing's attack hit the purple sun profound light shield. This light shield, formed from a Dao Source-grade low-rank soul-protecting artifact, could not withstand this terrifying attack and shattered at the point of contact. In the blink of an eye, it turned into specks of light and disappeared. Ban Qing had broken the purple sun profound light shield's defense with just a casual move. The spirituality of this soul-type artifact had been greatly damaged. If he wanted to use it again, Yang Kai would have to continuously nourish and repair it with his spiritual energy. However, this was already enough. What the hell is this? Ban Qing was stunned. He was one of the 4 vice-commanders of Divine Ascension Country. However, he had never seen anything like a soul-type artifact in his life. So, after destroying Yang Kai's purple sun profound light shield, his first reaction was to feel that something was wrong. Before he could figure it out, the world suddenly buzzed. Accompanied by this buzzing sound, Ban Qing inexplicably felt his soul tremble. This kind of trembling and fear came from his own instincts. It was an innate reaction when facing an unstoppable danger. Ban Qing couldn't help but widen his eyes and stare at Yang Kai's hand. He discovered that a saber had appeared in Yang Kai's hand at some unknown time. It looked like an extremely ordinary saber. Its shape was neither ostentatious nor exaggerated. It seemed to be everywhere, but it was this saber that caused Ban Qing to feel fear from the bottom of his heart. The faint buzzing sound coming from the saber was like a soul-stirring rune that terrified Ban Qing to the extreme. The halo circulating around the saber seemed to be able to devour his soul and make him fall into an eternal abyss. Ban Qing immediately felt that something was wrong and hurriedly tried to retreat. However, it was already too late. The surrounding space suddenly froze at this moment. The power of the law of space. Although Yang Kai had entered this place as a soul avatar without a physical body and couldn't use ordinary secret treasures or secret techniques, he could still use his comprehension and control of the law of space. However, he couldn't use secret techniques like Moonblade and Banish because these secret techniques required the support of source chi and spiritual energy. Neither could be missing. This was something he had already verified in his previous battles with the demonic beasts. This was because these secret techniques not only required the use of the law of space, but also the use of the physical body as a foundation and source of power. With the addition of the law of space, even though Banqing was a powerhouse of the Emperor realm, his movement still paused. At this moment, Yang Kai grinned sinisterly and slashed down with his saber. I don't know if you've noticed, Master, but you especially like to attack from your opponent's right side and attack their chest. Is this a habit, or do you want to show off your strength, Master? Yang Kai's words sounded in Banqing's ears, full of ridicule. However, how could Banqing be in the mood to pay attention to this? When the saber slashed down from the bottom, he actually heard the call of death. An aura that made him tremble with fear rushed towards him. Profound dragon seal. Banqing roared, and the power of his divine sense suddenly surged. In the next moment, a thick barrier of light appeared in front of him. This was clearly a soul secret technique, and it was quite powerful. Because the cultivator in the Divine Ascension Mirror world didn't have any secret treasures or physical bodies, they could only strengthen their souls and cultivate soul secret techniques if they wanted to increase their strength. It was also for this reason that the cultivator's mastery of soul secret techniques in this world had reached perfection. It wasn't something a cultivator from the star boundary could compare to. Chapter 22:22. Profound Dragon Seal was a defensive secret technique that Banqing had comprehended on his own and was the culmination of a lifetime of cultivation. Ever since he had broken through to the Emperor realm, he had only used this secret technique 3 times, and each time, his opponent had been a master from the Emperor realm. But today, in front of Yang Kai, a Dao Source Realm cultivator, he had no choice but to use it again. Because he could feel that if he didn't use this secret technique, he would definitely die. This feeling was baseless, but Banqing firmly believed it. Dragon shadows appeared, entangling and intertwining, condensing in front of him. In the blink of an eye, a square shield-like protective light screen appeared. On it, a few lifelike images of real dragons could be faintly seen. After using this move, Banqing's heart calmed down slightly, and the feeling of fear and trepidation in his heart finally subsided. However, the profound dragon seal, which could defend against a full-powered attack from a master from the Emperor realm, was like a piece of tofu in front of the sharp weapon in Yang Kai's hand. Without a sound, the solid barrier was cut in half, and the blade went straight for Banqing's chest without any hindrance. If this attack landed, even someone as strong as Banqing would be cut in half by the strange attack power of this blade. Banqing's expression changed drastically, and he no longer dared to hesitate. He pushed his spiritual energy and retreated with all his strength. Asterisk chi. Asterisk a soft sound rang out as Banqing forcibly broke free from the constraints of space principles and narrowly avoided this fatal blow. However, there was a wound about 2 feet long on his chest and abdomen. This wound started from his abdomen. It extended diagonally all the way to his shoulder, almost cutting off his arm. There was no blood flowing out of the wound, and there were no signs of flesh being torn apart. There wasn't even any bone, but pure spiritual energy flowed out of the wound and dissipated into the world. What a pity! Yang Kai looked at him. He grumbled unwillingly. Earlier, he had recklessly charged in front of Banqing twice in order to lure him into lowering his guard, and then find an opportunity to deal him a fatal blow. Although the plan had been successful, Yang Kai's 2 reckless actions had undoubtedly caused Banqing to underestimate his abilities. Thus, he had directly approached Yang Kai, giving Yang Kai a chance to counterattack. However, the Emperor realm was the Emperor realm. In the face of fatal danger, his reaction speed was abnormally fast. He was able to dodge such a sudden attack at such a close distance. Not far away, Banqing was heavily injured. His eyeballs trembled violently. His expression also changed a few times. He stared at the saber in Yang Kai's hand and shouted, "What the hell is this?" "Soul Cutter." Yang Kai flung the long saber in his hand and pointed it at Ban Qing from afar. He smiled nastily and said, "Don't hurt the flesh, only the soul." In this trip to the Divine Ascension Mirror World, apart from his soul avatar, Yang Kai had only brought 3 things with him. The first was the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield that Gao Shueting had given him. The second was the 7-colored soul-warming lotus in his knowledge sea. The third was this soul cutter. This was the Insect Emperor's possession. Back on Shadowed Star, the Insect Emperor had wreaked havoc throughout the world, so Yang Kai had killed him and obtained the Insect Enslavement Bracelet and the Soul Cutter. The Insect Enslavement Bracelet had a special effect on all kinds of insects. Yang Kai had used the Insect Enslavement Bracelet to escape death several times. As for the Soul Cutter, he had never used it before. He didn't even know that this thing was a soul-type artifact. That was why when he first entered this world and checked his body, he was shocked to find the Soul Cutter. Even though he had never refined this Emperor artifact before, he still couldn't deny how powerful it was to the soul. With the Soul Cutter in hand, Yang Kai had been able to severely injure a master like Ban Qing with a single blow. If he could refine it a little, in this special world of the Divine Ascension Mirror, it would be a piece of cake for him to take Ban Qing's life. Learning from his mistakes, Yang Kai secretly made up his mind that after returning from this trip, he would find an opportunity to refine the Emperor artifacts on his body. He hadn't refined them before because he wasn't strong enough, but now that he had reached the Dao Source Realm, his divine sense was comparable to a peak Dao Source Realm cultivator, so refining them shouldn't be a problem for him. Whether it was the Soul Cutter or the Insect Enslavement Bracelet, they would both be very useful in certain special situations. Damn it! Ban Qing gritted his teeth and shouted. Although he didn't understand what Yang Kai meant by not harming his flesh, he clearly understood the threat that the Soul Cutter posed to him from that blow just now. It was definitely a fatal threat. Ban Qing was now seriously injured while Yang Kai was completely unscathed. Coupled with the fact that Yang Kai seemed to know some strange divine technique, Ban Qing already had thoughts of retreating. Although it would be a bit shameful for an Emperor Realm Master to be scared away by a Dao Source Realm cultivator, Ban Qing didn't care about that at this moment. Saving his life was the most important thing, not losing face or anything else. Furthermore, Ban Qing's secret arts and secret techniques were all used in conjunction with concealment and assassination. Generally speaking, those who cultivated this kind of secret art and divine technique were usually very cautious, but to put it bluntly, they were as cowardly as mice. They would always retreat thousands of kilometers away after failing to kill their target. They would never get entangled with their enemy because in a direct confrontation, their strength would be greatly reduced. If the person standing in front of Yang Kai at this moment was a master like Lin Yan, even if he was caught off guard by Yang Kai, he wouldn't have immediately retreated. How could the absolute disparity in strength be made up for by a little injury? In short, after Ban Qing said those words, his figure flickered as he wanted to retreat first and plan his next move. But right at that moment, he suddenly lost track of Yang Kai's whereabouts. A moment ago, that Dao Source Realm brat was still standing not too far away from him, but in the blink of an eye, the other party had disappeared. What? Ban Qing was shocked. He was a master who was extremely skilled in concealment techniques, but at this moment, he discovered that there was always someone better than him in this world. Yang Kai's sudden disappearance was undoubtedly much more advanced than his own. It was a space divine technique that truly ignored the obstruction of space. He hurriedly released his divine sense, trying to find Yang Kai's location, but immediately afterwards, a cold wind blew from behind his head. This cold wind seemed to have come from the depths of hell and seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. Ban Qing's eyes widened as he realized where his enemy was. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly turned around while pushing out his spiritual energy, transforming it into a pure attack visible to the naked eye, to meet the attack behind him. Hong. With a violent collision of energy, Yang Kai was sent flying by this blow. His body flashed wildly in midair, while Ban Qing remained motionless. In the end, there was an absolute disparity in their realms. Even though Yang Kai had used his space secret technique to launch a sneak attack, he still couldn't achieve the desired result. It seemed that if Ban Qing hadn't been too careless just now and didn't understand the existence of soul-type artifacts, he wouldn't have been injured by Yang Kai's attack. If he had been a little more aware of the power of the soul-splitting saber and had been a little more vigilant, Yang Kai wouldn't have succeeded. Huh! Yang Kai landed on the ground and let out a muffled roar as his expression changed several times. This kind of impact to his soul was simply unbearable. This kind of pain was thousands of times more unbearable than physical pain. His soul felt like it was about to be torn apart, and there was no way to suppress it. There was no other way but to endure it. However, Yang Kai was smiling, because his method had worked again. Asterisk Wang Wang. Asterisk a strange sound rang out. Ban Qing was stunned for a moment, but he quickly realized where this sound was coming from. He quickly lowered his head and saw that the wound on his body was covered in a dense layer of pitch-black dots. Upon closer inspection, Ban Qing's scalp went numb. This was because these pitch-black dots were actually tiny insects. There were countless of them, and they were densely packed together. No one would be able to endure having these insects crawling all over their body. What terrified Ban Qing the most was that these tiny insects were actually drilling into his body through the wound. One after another, more than half of them had drilled into his body in the blink of an eye. Ban Qing's face completely paled. With his cultivation in the Emperor realm, he could naturally feel that these insects were feeding on his energy after drilling into his body and were wantonly devouring it. His energy was continuously draining away. What is this? Ban Qing couldn't help but stumble back a few steps. He looked down at his body and shouted in fear, "What is this now?" Ever since he met Yang Kai, he had already asked this question several times. For a cultivator who was born and raised in the Divine Ascension mirror world, there were too many things that he didn't understand about the methods Yang Kai had used today. Most importantly, even though Ban Qing didn't recognize the soul-devouring insects, he felt an instinctive fear when he saw them. This fear was buried deep within his soul and was innate. It was like a frog encountering a snake, or a rabbit encountering an eagle. As he roared, Ban Qing's body shook and an invisible aura enveloped him. The soul-devouring demon insects that hadn't been able to drill into his body were sent flying by this attack. However, the pure spiritual energy flowing out of Ban Qing's wound was simply the most delicious food for the soul-devouring insects, so how could they let it go? Without waiting for Yang Kai's orders, they gathered together again and turned into a cloud of insects that enveloped Ban Qing. A scene that caused Ban Qing to despair appeared. His protective aura in the Emperor realm was unable to obstruct these insects at all. They just lay outside the aura and continuously gnawed at it. It wasn't long before they gnawed a hole in the flawless aura and covered his body once again, drilling into his body through his wound. Saint insects! Ban Qing suddenly seemed to remember something, and his expression changed drastically as he screamed in fear, "These are saint insects!" As he screamed, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a miserable expression. Even when facing the soul-splitting saber, he hadn't felt so helpless, but when facing the soul-devouring insects, this powerhouse from the Emperor realm actually showed despair. Chapter 22-23. The Divine Ascension World. According to ancient legends, there was a group of special insects on this land. These insects were the nemesis of all living creatures. No matter how strong one was or how high one's cultivation was, they were no match for these insects. Moreover, they could never be killed and would constantly devour the bodies of living creatures to grow stronger. These insects were called saint insects by the creatures of the Divine Ascension world. When the saint insects first appeared, there was no warning. No one knew where they came from, and no one cared because they were still very weak at the time. However, as time passed and they continued to devour and grow stronger, the terror of these saint insects gradually became known. Wherever they went, all living creatures would disappear. No one dared to approach their nests within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. In the ancient flowing time Great Emperor, there were countless masters in the Divine Ascension world, and Third-Order Emperor Realm masters could be found everywhere. When the saint insects became a disaster, these masters could no longer sit idly by. Thus, they joined forces and prepared to use all their strength to destroy these saint insects that were wreaking havoc on the world. No one knew what happened in that battle. However, it was also after that battle that all the masters in the divine ascension world disappeared, and so did the saint insects that caused people to tremble in fear at the mere mention of them. Some people guessed that those masters had perished together with the saint insects. Otherwise, how could this final result be explained? Others guessed that those masters had wiped out all the saint insects, changed their names, and fled far away into the mountains. Some even guessed that the saint insects had devoured all those masters and were evolving in some unknown place. If one day the saint insects reappeared, it would definitely be the end of the world. These were all just rumors, and no one had ever believed them. No one had ever seen the so-called saint insects, let alone know what they looked like. Almost no one took the so-called saint insects seriously. However, today, Ban Qing understood that these rumors were not fabricated. There really were saint insects that made people despair. These tiny insects were just as the rumors said, feeding on the energy of living creatures. They could not be killed or destroyed, and could only be watched as they slowly grew stronger. Then, they would sweep through the world and turn it into a scorched earth. When these ancient rumors suddenly appeared before his eyes, Ban Qing completely lost the will to fight with Yang Kai. He couldn't understand it at all. Yang Kai was just a Dao source realm cultivator, so how could he command these saint insects to fight for him? Wasn't he afraid that these saint bugs would devour it until not even its bones were left? Miserable howls and roars rang out. Ban Qing struggled in pain, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss and was facing unbearable torture. When those soul-devouring worms were rampaging in his body, as Ban Qing devoured his divine soul, he experienced the terror and despair of having his divine soul slowly eaten away. As if he had gone mad, he wantonly unleashed his power. All kinds of marvelous soul secret techniques Yang Kai had never seen before were released from his hands. The surrounding space became unstable. Yang Kai hurriedly dodged and looked at Ban Qing from afar. He didn't expect that this expert from the Emperor realm would go crazy after shouting. Could it be that the soul-devouring insects have something to do with this world? Otherwise, why would he say it's a saint insect? Yang Kai frowned and thought hard. He couldn't figure it out. However, the current situation was what he wanted to see the most. He had used the soul-splitting saber to launch a sneak attack, used Ban Qing's blind spot, and then used the soul-devouring worms. Although they were all successful, if this expert from the Emperor realm insisted on escaping, Yang Kai really didn't have any way to stop him. His space principles might not be able to restrain the movements of a cultivator from the Emperor realm. Once Ban Qing escaped and leaked information about him to others, Yang Kai's advantage would be gone. At this moment, Ban Qing seemed to have gone mad and was in a state of helplessness and despair. Moreover, from the looks of it, he seemed to be walking towards the end of his life. Yang Kai was delighted to see this. In the end, Ban Qing was still a master from the Emperor realm. Even if he had gone mad and acted without order, the soul-devouring worms wouldn't be able to devour him completely in a short time. Yang Kai didn't provoke him either. He just watched him from afar, waiting for an opportunity to make a move, and as time passed, Ban Qing's aura grew weaker and weaker. From the Emperor realm, he fell to the Dao Source realm, then the Origin King realm, then the Origin Returning realm. After a full hour, Ban Qing suddenly stopped and stood there motionless. Immediately after, with a bang, Ban Qing's entire body exploded, turning into specks of fluorescent light that dissipated into the world. The Emperor Realm Master had fallen, and at the location where he disappeared, a cloud of insects rolled, wriggled, and flew up and down. After devouring all the energy of a master from the Emperor Realm, the soul-devouring worms seemed to have improved greatly. Yang Kai found that their aura had clearly become much denser. He released his divine sense, wanting to take back these soul-devouring worms, but what made him feel uneasy was that these soul-devouring worms ignored his orders and seemed to want to leave this place instead. Yang Kai became anxious. Although the soul-devouring worms hadn't been of much use to him over the years, after this trip, they would undoubtedly grow and become one of his trump cards. And if he lost control of the soul-devouring worms at this time, he would lose one of his trump cards in the upcoming world experience. What's more, this was the Divine Ascension world. If he allowed existences like the soul-devouring worms to wander freely in this world, Yang Kai didn't dare to imagine what would happen in the end. In the outside world, there might be other ways to deal with the soul-devouring worms, but here, all living beings were spiritual energy, so they were simply food for the soul-devouring worms. They would continue to grow stronger and stronger until they eventually swallowed the entire world. So, no matter what, Yang Kai didn't dare to leave the soul-devouring worms here. He had noticed earlier that the soul-devouring worms were showing signs of resistance to his orders, and this resistance was becoming more and more obvious as they grew. But now, they were completely ignoring him. Yang Kai was naturally anxious and angry. He constantly urged his divine sense to transmit messages to the soul-devouring worms, but to no avail. Left with no choice, Yang Kai could only urge the power of the soul-warming lotus in his body. In an instant, a 7-colored light bloomed and radiated in all directions. And this trick worked. Perhaps it was because the soul-devouring worms had always lived on the soul-warming lotus and had long regarded the soul-warming lotus as their home. So when the 7-colored light bloomed, they buzzed and turned into a cloud of insects that flew back to Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help but exhale, flicking his sleeve and collecting them. Standing in place, Yang Kai furrowed his brow and silently sensed the movements of the soul-devouring worms. Strangely enough, after being collected, the soul-devouring worms suddenly quieted down, no longer as unruly as before. However, this made Yang Kai realize a problem. He really had to hurry and refine the insect enslavement bracelet. Otherwise, when the soul-devouring worms grew stronger, he would lose the means to enslave them. The insect enslavement bracelet was an artifact of the insect emperor that could subdue all exotic insects in the world, so it was naturally the best tool to enslave the soul-devouring worms. Although this battle was extremely dangerous, it didn't have much of an effect on Yang Kai's growth, because the reason he won this battle so easily was all because of the power of the emperor artifact and the soul-devouring worms. Yang Kai himself didn't contribute much. Speaking of which, Ban Xing could be considered the first person from the Emperor realm he had killed. Even though Ban Xing didn't have a physical body and only had a soul body, it still wasn't easy to kill him. In the outside world, Yang Kai definitely wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little scared. If Ban Xing had used the divine technique of assassination right from the start, he might not even have had a chance to resist. Fortunately, Ban Xing's orders were to capture him alive, so he gave Yang Kai such a chance. Yang Kai let out a light breath and frowned as he pondered for a moment, not knowing what to do now. According to Ban Xing, the periphery of the heavenly monster mountains had been sealed off, and many cultivators were under Zhou Dian's command to capture the so-called Star of Calamity. He definitely couldn't leave the heavenly monster mountains now, and staying here wasn't a solution either. It seemed that he could only continue to go deeper and hope to escape this calamity. Thinking of this, Yang Kai secretly made up his mind. Looking around, Yang Kai's gaze landed on the unconscious middle-aged man on the ground. He didn't know what Ban Xing had done to this guy, but he still showed no signs of waking up. Yang Kai wasn't related to him, nor did he have any enmity with him, so he naturally couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He left him here to fend for himself. Yang Kai continued to search, and his gaze quickly settled in a certain direction. He grinned and waved in that direction. Behind a tree, the purple squirrel peeked its head out to look around, its small eyes full of intelligence. After confirming that it was safe, it tiptoed out and slowly came in front of Yang Kai. It looked at him with concern, as if asking if he was injured. Yang Kai smiled and bent down to pick it up. He placed it on his shoulder, identified the direction, and then rushed into the depths of the heavenly monster mountains. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from the heavenly monster mountains, in a valley surrounded by mountains on all sides. This valley was incomparably large and filled with fog. The people who lived nearby all called it Fog Valley. The fog that filled the valley didn't dissipate all year round and was extremely dense. Once one entered, they wouldn't be able to see their fingers in front of their face. It was extremely strange. Although this fog was harmless to living beings, it seemed that once one entered, they would completely lose their sense of direction. From time to time, there would be bold people who wanted to explore Fog Valley. wanting to know what secrets were hidden inside and what mysteries there were. However, no matter how high or low one's cultivation was, as long as one entered Fog Valley, they would lose their sense of direction and become lost within. No one had ever found a way out. However, no one had ever been completely trapped inside. This was because whenever these people were trapped to the point of despair, an invisible force would send them out. Chapter 22-24. No one knew what that power was, but when it came, the trapped people found that they had left the Misty Valley and were outside the valley. Some people guessed that there was a hidden expert in the Misty Valley who had concealed his identity. The thick fog that pervaded the valley was created by this expert using a shocking method. His purpose was to prevent others from disturbing his life. Although this master's cultivation was heaven-defying, he was kind and benevolent. So as long as someone was trapped in Misty Valley, he would lend a helping hand, unwilling to commit murder. Of course, this was just the speculation of the people living nearby. As for what was inside Misty Valley, no one knew. At this moment, at the center of Misty Valley, there was a piece of land that covered an area of about 1 mu that was not covered by the thick fog. This was the only place in Misty Valley where one could see. Within this 1 mu of land, there were more than 20 tombs of different sizes, each as tall as a person. These tombs were scattered all over this 1 mu of land, and in front of each tomb, there was a wooden tablet with different names engraved on it. Judging from the method and handwriting, these wooden tablets were obviously made by the same person. In the divine ascension world, any living being that died would turn into energy and dissipate into the world, so there would be no corpse left behind. These tombs were naturally empty, but there were still people who set up tombstones for them, obviously to commemorate and remember them. If one looked closely at the names on these wooden tablets, they would find that any one of these names belonged to a famous master in the divine ascension world. Of course, that was a long time ago. Now, these masters had long disappeared, and the world did not know whether they were dead or alive, but they had long since passed away. If people knew that the tablets of these masters were all gathered in this place, it would likely shake the world. Inside Misty Valley, it was quiet, as if there was nothing but these tombs. About 30 meters away from these tombs, there was a strange scene. There was a simple wooden house. Inside the wooden house, an old man with white hair and beard sat cross-legged. This old man looked old, but his complexion was bright. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being and was extremely extraordinary. On the surface, this old man did not have the slightest trace of cultivation, nor did he have any energy fluctuations. He was like an ordinary person, but every time he inhaled and exhaled, he could stir up the power of heaven and earth. This person's cultivation had obviously reached the peak of perfection, reaching the legendary state of unity of man and nature. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes. Divine light overflowed from his eyes. The sun, moon, and stars were vaguely visible. The 10,000 beasts moved quickly, disappearing in a flash. His figure didn't move, but with a slight sway, he suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, the old man had already arrived at a certain part of the Misty Valley. He waved his sleeve, and in an instant, a violent wind blew, blowing away the thick fog in front of him. It was a bizarre pitch-black altar with an inexplicable formation. He suddenly appeared in front of the old man. The old man stared at the altar with a solemn expression and listened attentively. Buzz, a soft, almost imperceptible sound suddenly came from inside the altar. The old man's expression suddenly changed. He didn't seem to dare to believe what he had heard. He verified it again, but the result was still the same. His expression suddenly became unsightly, faintly revealing a sense of sorrow. He suddenly looked at the altar and muttered to himself, "So many years have passed. You've awakened again." It was as if he was talking to an old friend. "What kind of power awakened you?" As the old man spoke, he turned his head to look in a certain direction. After staring for a moment, his figure flickered and disappeared. After a short while, a rainbow light streaked across the sky, rushed out of Misty Valley, and rushed toward Heavenly Monster Mountain. In the depths of Heavenly Monster Mountain, Yang Kai's figure froze in place as he coldly looked around. He had left the place where he had fought Ban Qing and headed deeper into Heavenly Monster Mountain, wanting to hide in a safe place. However, he had not been able to do so. From time to time, people would find him. Although these people were not as strong as Banshee and could not pose any threat to Yong-kai, his soul-devouring insects and soul-severing saber killing them all. However, this annoyance still made Yong-kai extremely vigilant. He thought that he was already very careful, but his whereabouts were still constantly exposed. It was as if those people knew where he was. This made him suspect that he had been tampered with, which was why those people kept chasing after him. However, when he examined himself, he could not find anything. What's more, among the people he had met, only Banshee had this ability. No one else could have done this. If it was really Banshee, then when did he do it? No matter how Yong-kai thought about it, he could only speculate that Banshee had done something to him when he was fighting against him. And this method that he didn't know about was the source of those people's attention. Thinking of this, he could no longer care about the dangers and could only head deeper into Heavenly Monster Mountain. However, half a day later, he was blocked by two monster beasts. These two monster beasts were no ordinary monster beast. When Yong-kai released his divine sense, he sensed that they had the aura of rank 12. In other words, these two monster beasts had cultivations comparable to those in the Emperor realm. Just Banshee alone had made him suffer a lot. Now that two monster beasts with similar strength to Banshee had appeared, Yong-kai could not help but complain incessantly. When Gao Shueting said that there were many existences in Heavenly Monster Mountain that even she did not dare to provoke, she was clearly not exaggerating and was speaking the truth. There really were many high-level existences in Heavenly Monster Mountain. It was just that Yong-kai had been moving around in the outer regions and had not encountered them. Each of these two monster beasts was extraordinarily handsome. The one on the left was shaped like an ape, with broad shoulders and unusually long arms. Its thick fur was like steel needles, and it stared at Yong-kai with a pair of eyes larger than a baby's fist, its nostrils puffing out hot air as it stared at Yong-kai with an extremely malicious look on its face. The one on the right was a divine deer that was completely white and flawless, as if it was made of white jade. There was not a trace of impurities on its body, and it looked extremely mysterious. There was even a faint halo that appeared on the surface of its body, causing people to feel a sense of dizziness when they looked at it. The two short antlers on its forehead were like the finishing touch of a dragon, adding a trace of beauty to it. These two monster beasts were clearly of different species, but they were able to coexist peacefully and peacefully. Moreover, they immediately rushed in front of Yong-kai and blocked his path. While Yong-kai clicked his tongue in wonder, he also felt a mountainous pressure. A rank 12 monster beast had a very high chance of developing its own intelligence. In other words, a monster beast that had reached this level of strength had already gotten rid of its animal instincts and could think and see like a human. Of course, there were also some special monster beasts that, no matter how strong they were, would always maintain their animal instincts and not develop their own intelligence. Yong-kai didn't know whether or not these two monster beasts had developed their own intelligence, but he hoped that they would. Otherwise, he could only flee at the sight of them. When these two monster beasts appeared, the purple squirrel was greatly frightened and crawled behind Yong-kai to hide. It was only a rank 9 monster beast, so it would naturally be suppressed by a rank 12 monster beast. While they were confronting each other, the ape-like monster beast suddenly snorted heavily from its nostrils, accompanied by a visible wave of hot air. In an instant, the temperature within a radius of a few dozen kilometers plummeted. Yong-kai's heart also sank, and he instinctively circulated the strength in his body. "Have you played enough?" The ape suddenly spoke in human language. Yong-kai's expression changed slightly, and he immediately understood that the monster beast in front of him had already developed its own intelligence, and its intelligence was extremely high. If that was the case, he would have a chance to negotiate with the other party. When he thought of this, he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "This, Senior." The other party was a monster beast, so calling it Senior seemed a little inappropriate, but Yong-kai really couldn't think of any other way to address it, so he could only put up with it. But before he could finish speaking, the ape coldly glared at him, and the pressure of the Emperor realm descended from the sky, directly pressing down on Yong-kai's body. The ape coldly snorted and said, "Shut up." Yang Kai was speechless, and he didn't know what the ape meant. Now that he thought about it, the ape's previous question was also baffling. At this moment, the deer god on the right suddenly made its move. Another gentle force diffused from the deer god, dispersing the pressure of the ape's emperor realm on Yang Kai. At the same time, the deer god's body suddenly bloomed with light, and after a series of distortions, it suddenly turned into a beautiful woman with a tall figure, snow-white skin, and a beauty that could turn all living things upside down, wearing a snow-white dress. The woman she manifested looked to be in her early 20s, and her beauty was not enchanting, charming, or dignified, but pure and holy. It was a holiness that transcended the 5 elements and transcended the heavens and earth. Untainted by dust, untainted by foreign things, she was like a fairy who descended from the heavens, untainted by the mortal world. Yuan Fei, be careful. What if you hurt the young master? After transforming into her human form, the deer god glared at the ape and said somewhat reproachfully, "Humph, he deserves it if he gets hurt." When the monster beast, who was replaced by Yuan Fei, answered, the thick hair on its body quickly converging inward, and at the same time, its whole body stood upright. At the same time it stood up, its body underwent a miraculous transformation. When it stood up completely, it had already turned into a middle-aged man around 40 years old with a baleful look on his face. He wore a simple set of clothes. Compared to the deer god, his human form was simply weak, without the slightest sense of beauty, but it was undeniable that this method was very simple and very practical. The 2 monster beasts turned into human form at the same time, but Yang Kai was not very surprised. He just looked at them suspiciously and said, "Young master?" At this moment, he seemed to understand something. Chapter 22-25. The woman transformed from the divine deer looked at Yang Kai and said lightly, "Young master, it's time to go home." Yang Kai didn't move or answer. He knew that she wasn't talking to him. The purple squirrel rustled behind him and peeked its little head out. It rested on Yang Kai's shoulder and looked at the woman. The woman pursed her lips into a smile and said, "Don't be afraid." Although His Excellency is very angry this time, he said that as long as young master obediently returns with us, he will let you go and won't punish you. The purple squirrel opened its mouth and squeaked a few times. It was unclear what it meant, but Yang Kai didn't understand. "You dare to bargain?" Yuan Fei glared at her when he heard this. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and looked like he was ready to go all out. He said, "Bai Lu, don't stop me this time. I'm going to teach him a good lesson." As he spoke, he looked like he was really going to rush over and beat the purple squirrel up. The purple squirrel was so scared that it hurriedly retracted its head. It grabbed Yang Kai's back with its 2 claws and trembled. At this point, Yang Kai had completely understood what was going on. The purple squirrel that he had accidentally encountered clearly had a great background. This was because 2 monster beasts of the Emperor realm had been dispatched to find it. And from the way the 2 monster beasts addressed the purple squirrel, the little purple squirrel seemed to be the descendant of one of the overlords of the heavenly monster mountains. This overlord was very likely to be the master of the heavenly monster mountains. Yang Kai was extremely shocked. On the other side, Bai Lu and Yuan Fei played the good cop and bad cop. They cooperated with each other skillfully. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time they had done this, and the purple squirrel was already scared out of its wits. Seeing that Yuan Fei was really going to rush over, Bai Lu hurriedly said, "Young master, come to me quickly. Big sister will protect you." As soon as she said this, Yang Kai felt the weight on his back loosen. The purple squirrel turned into a streak of purple light and rushed into Bai Lu's embrace, curling up between her arms. A small head popped out and stared vigilantly at Yuan Fei. "We fell into their trap just like that?" Yang Kai was speechless. Yuan Fei also stopped in his tracks and glared fiercely at the purple squirrel, threatening, "Don't let me catch you, or I'll skin you alive." The purple squirrel didn't dare to leave Bai Lu's embrace after hearing this. It curled up even tighter and playfully stuck out its tongue at Yuan Fei. "This is already the 11th time." Bai Lu looked at the purple squirrel helplessly and said, "Young master, you can't do this again. There are many dangers out there." At this point, She glanced over at Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally before continuing. Mistress also said that when you grow up a little, she will let you go out. Just wait a little longer. A warm embrace. With the beauty's gentle words, the little purple squirrel naturally nodded its head like a chick pecking at rice, appearing docile and obedient. When you get back, you have to apologize to the master. Otherwise, no one can save you. Bai Lu added. The purple squirrel naturally obeyed her. The two great emperors, who were both venerable realm monster beasts, looked at each other. Their gazes met, and everything was understood without words. All right, young master's matter has been taken care of. Then, Yuan Fei looked coldly at Yang Kai as he spoke and shouted, Brat, who gave you the guts to come to the depths of the heavenly monster mountains? Yang Kai's expression froze, and he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Senior, this brat was being hunted down and had no choice but to come here. If I have offended you, I hope, Senior, cut the crap. Yuan Fei didn't want to listen to Yang Kai's explanation at all. He waved his hand and shouted angrily, It seems that you humans have forgotten the Heavenly Monster Pact from many years ago. Heavenly Monster Pact? Yang Kai frowned. He had only come to the astral world to train, not a native cultivator. How would he know about the Heavenly Monster Pact? Before this, he had never even heard of it. You really did forget. Seeing this, Yuan Fei's expression turned cold, and he became extremely angry. Humans are indeed hard to trust. Then let this king send you on your way. As he spoke, he activated the power in his body, and the power of an emperor's pressure instantly spread out. His emperor's pressure was completely different from Banqing's. The latter was soft and continuous, while the former was strong and domineering, giving Yang Kai a feeling that he couldn't avoid or block it. It was as if he would be crushed into dust under this emperor's pressure. Squeak, squeak. At this moment, the purple squirrel hiding in Bai Lu's arms suddenly cried out anxiously, its two little claws gesturing at Yuan Fei with an anxious expression. Yuan Fei heard this and couldn't help but pause. The anger on his face faded a lot, and he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. You saved young master's life? Yang Kai immediately understood that the purple squirrel had probably told him about what happened earlier. He nodded without hesitation. It was a coincidence. Yuan Fei couldn't help but frown, looking like he was in a difficult position. According to his thinking, he would kill any human who dared to enter this place. If one came, he would kill one. If two came, he would kill two. There was no reason to reason at all, because it was the humans who broke the Heavenly Beast Pact first. However, this human in front of him had actually saved young master's life, which put him in a difficult position. If he didn't kill him, it would go against his will. If he killed him, it would put young master in an unjust position. If the master found out later, he would definitely be scolded. He immediately scratched his head and looked at Bai Lu for help. Bai Lu also frowned slightly. After a moment of silence, she said, Saving young master is naturally a great merit, but, Junior, I can see that there are many traces of monster beast origins in your body. You must have killed many monster beast origins on your way here, right? Yang Kai was shocked. He didn't know how she could tell, but there was no benefit in lying at this time, so he could only nod and say, yes. The monster beast you killed is a citizen of Heavenly Beast Mountain. This is a great disrespect to Heavenly Beast Mountain, so you cannot escape punishment. Then I'll kill him. Yuan Fei's murderous intent immediately soared. Bai Lu waved her hand and stopped him, saying, There is merit, and there is fault. Merit and fault offset. Let the master decide how to deal with him. All right. Yuan Fei nodded in response. As he spoke, he reached out his hand towards Yang Kai without giving him any chance to explain. He inhaled sharply. Yang Kai immediately felt a strong force coming from in front of him. His mind quickly turned, and he didn't use his cultivation to resist. Instead, he obediently allowed himself to be captured and allowed Yuan Fei to grab him. In this current situation, if he fell out with these two from the Emperor realm, it would definitely do more harm than good. Not to mention whether or not Yang Kai had the ability to escape from under these two people's noses. Even if he did escape, where could he go? And judging from the words and actions of that woman called Bai Lu, she wasn't unreasonable. With the advantage of him saving the purple squirrel, he felt that his life shouldn't be in danger. At worst, he would be imprisoned in Heavenly Beast Mountain. Once the time limit was up, he would naturally be able to return to the outside world. As he was being captured, Yang Kai didn't forget to say, "Boy, there's something I need to tell you. I need to report to the two master. If you have something to say, then say it." Yuan Fei shouted coldly. From what this boy knows, there seems to be a guy called Zhou Dian in Heavenly Beast Mountain. He brought many powerhouses and entered the mountain to search. Zhou Dian? Yuan Fei and Bai Lu's expressions changed greatly as they cried out involuntarily. It seemed that this name was an extremely terrifying existence to them. Yuan Fei even pulled Yang Kai in front of him. He glared at him and asked, "Are you sure Zhou Dian is here?" "I haven't seen him. It's just that I met a guy called Banqing. I heard about Zhou Dian from him." "You met that bastard Banqing?" Yuan Fei's eyes widened. Bai Lu said in a low voice, "If Banqing is here, then Zhou Dian must be here as well. The other three most likely came as well. What are they looking for?" The last question was directed at Yang Kai. "They seem to be looking for some star of calamity. This boy doesn't really understand," Yang Kai said honestly. "Star of calamity?" Bai Lu frowned. Yuan Fei looked at Yang Kai in shock and said, "Since you met Banqing, how did you survive?" "This boy is pretty good at running away." Yang Kai smiled embarrassedly. Yuan Fei looked him up and down a few times, but it wasn't clear whether he believed him or not. On the other side, the purple squirrel in Bai Lu's arms was rolling its eyes. It looked at Yang Kai with a mocking gaze, but it had no intention of exposing him. "Regardless of whether you're telling the truth or not, this matter needs to be reported to the master as soon as possible. Yuan Fei, take him and leave quickly," Bai Lu called out, then immediately turned around and sped off in a certain direction. Yuan Fei carried Yang Kai and followed closely behind. "Senior, this boy can walk on his own," Yang Kai hurriedly suggested, feeling a little uncomfortable being carried by Yuan Fei like this. Yuan Fei glanced at him but didn't say anything. He simply loosened his grip and released him. Yang Kai didn't have any thoughts of running away. Instead, he circulated his strength and followed behind the two. These two powerhouses seemed to want to test whether Yang Kai was really good at running away, so they sped up and didn't give in to him at all. Yang Kai also did his best to chase after them and didn't fall too far behind. The two couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder. Somewhere in the Heavenly Monster Mountains, Zhou Jian was still riding on the 9-horned dragon beast, looking majestic as he stared deeply in a certain direction. A thick battle intent pulsed from his body, so thick that it was almost tangible. Around him, there were 4 or 5 powerhouses scattered in the vicinity. These powerhouses were gathered in a circular open space, and in that open space, many people were sitting on the ground with ugly expressions. Although these people sitting on the ground weren't restrained, the energy fluctuations in their bodies were suppressed to the extreme, and each of them had traces of a seal on them, sealing their abilities. They were all cultivators who had been training in the Heavenly Monster Mountains and had been captured by Zhou Dian's subordinates this time. Xiao Bai Yi, Murong Xiao Xiao, and Qin Mu Ji were among them. The 3 of them didn't dare to communicate with each other, but their eyes flickered, conveying some unknown information. Speaking of which, it was actually quite an innocent incident. Everyone had just entered the Divine Ascension world to gain experience, so how could they have known that they would encounter such a situation? Since everyone had parted ways, the 3 of them had been hunting down lone monster beasts in the Heavenly Monster Mountains, absorbing their soul sources to strengthen themselves. However, several powerhouses of the Emperor Realm suddenly descended from the sky and captured them without any explanation, then brought them here and placed a seal on them. Chapter 22-26. This unexpected disaster made Xiao Bai Yi and the other 2 feel helpless, but at the same time, they were secretly worried. They didn't know what had happened to Yang Kai and Xiaoshang, or if their lives were in danger. While the 3 were communicating silently, a burly figure suddenly appeared not far away from them. The figure was extremely majestic, with a head of fiery red hair. As he walked over, he was carrying a cultivator in his hand. Xiao Bai Yi and the other 2 looked over, and their expressions couldn't help but change, because they found that the person being carried was Xiaoshang, and the guy who captured him was probably the Lin Yin they had heard of before. A master from the Emperor realm had personally taken action. Even though Xiaoshang was strong, he still couldn't escape this calamity and was captured here. And judging from his expression and state, he had undoubtedly put up a lot of resistance before and was now seriously injured. On the other side, Lin Yin walked over with Xiaoshang, threw him directly into the crowd, and ordered his subordinates to keep an eye on him. Then, he went straight to Zhou Dian and stood behind him, waiting quietly. Murong Xiao and the others wanted to ask about Xiaoshang's condition and injuries, but after seeing Xiaoshang slowly shake his head at them, they quickly shut up. At this time, it was better for them not to reveal that they knew each other. If they concealed this, they might be able to do something while the enemy was unprepared. A cool breeze blew gently, making people feel comfortable, but Lin Yin, who was standing behind Zhou Dian, was full of tension and apprehension, because he could feel the almost tangible fighting intent coming from Zhou Dian's body. It was the instinctive desire of a master to fight. Lin Yin knew what Zhou Dian was longing for. Since the creation of the Divine Kingdom, the world was unified. There were no more wars in the entire world. As a third-order Emperor Realm Master, Zhou Dian was invincible except for a few masters in the world. And among those few, there was one in Heavenly Monster Mountain. Zhou Dian's desire to kill, which had been dormant for 2,000 years, was awakened again. Lin Yin knew how terrifying Zhou Dian was at this time, so even as a direct subordinate, he didn't dare to disturb him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. As time passed, the fighting intent also fluctuated. Until a certain moment, the thick fighting spirit was withdrawn, and no one could feel it anymore. Lin Yin involuntarily exhaled, his entire body almost collapsing. "What's the situation?" Zhou Dian asked without turning his head. "Master, it's not bad." Lin Yin bowed and replied. "Still?" Zhou Dian turned sideways and squinted at Lin Yin. This tone caused Lin Yin's expression to change greatly. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "Only Ban Qing. I lost contact with him." Hearing this, Zhou Dian raised his brows and said, "How could this be?" "I don't know either." Lin Yin looked confused. "Earlier, he would occasionally send me messages, but at a certain moment, it's like he suddenly disappeared. I wonder if he's chasing after some powerful guy." Zhou Dian nodded and said, Ban Qing's concealment techniques are unparalleled in the world. Someone who can make him so cautious is probably an extremely extraordinary character. Forget it. This king has rested long enough. Since I received the king's order this time, I may have to personally make a trip." As he spoke, he urged the 9-horned dragon beast under him and walked towards the depths of the Heavenly Monster Mountain. "Master!" Seeing this, Lin Yin exclaimed. "What?" Zhou Dian looked back at him impatiently. Lin Yin said, "If we go any further, we will be in the range of the Heavenly Monster Mountain. If we casually step in, the Monster Clan. You think this king is afraid of the Monster Clan?" Zhou Dian laughed sinisterly and looked at Lin Yin mockingly. "Lin Yin, your courage has shrunk." Lin Yin's expression changed several times. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "This subordinate will go with master." Zhou Dian stared deeply at him and nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Follow me." After speaking, they continued forward. The 9-horned dragon beast's movements seemed very slow, but its speed was getting faster and faster. In just a moment, it had turned into a stream of light and traveled thousands of meters in an instant. In the depths of the Heavenly Monster Mountain, Heavenly Monster Valley. This was the core of the Heavenly Monster Mountain and the residence of the Lord of the Heavenly Monster Mountain. This place adhered to the usual rough and bold architectural style of the Monster Clan. All the buildings here were ostentatious and imposing, completely different from the buildings in the human world. Outside the valley, a team of Blood Wolf clan elites with strength at the peak of the 11th Order were vigilant, preventing irrelevant people from entering. Yuan Fei and Bai Lu brought Yangkai all the way here, and they were unimpeded. After all, even in the Heavenly Monster Mountain, these two were famous existences and capable subordinates of the Monster King, Master. Who would be so blind as to stop them? However, many monster clan masters showed curiosity and hatred towards Yongkai who they brought in. Along the way, every monster clan master they met glared at Yongkai and bared their teeth. If he had not been following behind the two masters of the Emperor realm, he would have been torn to pieces. Not long after, the group arrived at the center of the heavenly monster mountain valley. In this place, there was a giant tree that connected the heavens and the earth. The roots of this giant tree were incomparably wide, the size of several palaces. Yongkai raised his head to look, but he couldn't even see the top of the tree. The crown of the tree that covered the heavens and earth seemed to cover an area of several tens of kilometers. Seeing this magnificent scene, Kaiyang couldn't help but feel amazed. Moreover, after arriving here, Yongkai clearly felt that the world energy in the vicinity had become much richer, making his soul avatar feel comfortable. He immediately understood that this giant tree was probably a divine artifact. In a certain direction at the roots of the giant tree, there was a wooden door. At this moment, this door was closed. When they arrived here, Yuan Fei turned his head and said fiercely to Yongkai, "Boy, wait here obediently. Don't move unless I call you. Otherwise you can't blame others if you lose your life." Yongkai nodded quietly, calm as ever. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Purple Squirrel squeaked at Yongkai for a while, probably wanting to say something. Yongkai smiled and nodded. "Don't worry about me. You just take care of yourself." "Let's go," Bai Lu said, reaching out to push open the door and walking into the exposed hole in the tree. After a short while, only Yongkai remained. Looking up at the giant tree, Yongkai clicked his tongue in amazement. The surrounding monster race masters gradually gathered around at this moment, each of their eyes flashing with a fierce light and malicious intent. In just 10 breaths of time, the place where Yongkai was standing had been surrounded by 30% inside and 30% outside. Even the trunks above his head were full of monster race masters, all of them looking down at him condescendingly. Some of these monster race masters had already transformed into human form and maintained their human form, while others still maintained their beast forms, strong and powerful, revealing their ferocious nature. However, no matter who they were, they only looked at Yongkai like this. At most, they only revealed obvious malice, but they didn't actually attack him. No matter what, Yongkai was brought back by Yuan Fei and Bai Lu. Before these two masters gave the word, the other monster race masters didn't dare to act on their own accord. In the monster race, the division of ranks was more obvious than in the human race. The strong had absolute dominance over the weak, unless they were like Purple Squirrel, who had extremely powerful parents. The scene in front of him made Yongkai recall the past. He discovered that no matter where he was, there seemed to be an irreconcilable contradiction between the human race and the monster race. Different races had different ideas, and those who weren't of the same race had different intentions. This principle was applicable everywhere. Although he was surrounded by countless monster race masters, Yongkai still didn't show the slightest hint of fear. However, the soul-devouring insects in his sleeve seemed to have gone crazy for some reason. Perhaps it was the soul sources of so many masters here that made them so excited that they actually showed signs of surging out uncontrollably. Noticing this, Yongkai's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly urged his spiritual energy to suppress them. The moment the soul-devouring insects moved, all the monster race masters couldn't help but feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. This feeling was inexplicable, but their monster race instincts made them clearly understand that this wasn't an illusion. Something that could threaten their lives had appeared. This discovery made the faces of many monster race masters turn ugly. They looked at Yongkai suspiciously and vigilantly, as if they were sizing him up again. On the other side, Yongkai was doing his best to suppress the soul-devouring insects. Everyone was watching, and it wasn't convenient for him to use the power of the rainbow soul-warming lotus, so he couldn't help but complain incessantly. At this moment, a wave of pressure suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping Yongkai. This pressure came so suddenly that Yongkai was suppressed on the spot before he could react. However, he soon discovered that this pressure didn't harm him at all. Instead, the soul-devouring insects instantly calmed down. The owner of this pressure seemed to have intentionally helped him. A third-order Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai was shocked. Although he had guessed that the overlord of Heavenly Monster Mountain wouldn't be weak, he was still shocked when he truly understood the other party's cultivation. This was only the Divine Ascension Mirror world, a strange world. The creatures that lived in this world didn't have physical bodies, but even without physical bodies, such a powerful master had appeared. Yang Kai couldn't help but become a little absent-minded, wondering if existences like the great emperors had once been born in this world. If they had really been born, how much did they know about their current situation? Just as these distracting thoughts flashed through his mind, a figure strangely appeared in front of him. Bai Lu had suddenly appeared in front of him. Bai Lu swept her beautiful eyes around before saying to Yang Kai, "Come with me. Master wants to see you." "Thank you for your trouble, senior." Yang Kai cupped his fists. Bai Lu didn't say anything else and just turned around to lead the way. Yang Kai followed behind her and walked into the tree hole. Only then did he discover that there was a completely different world inside this tree hole. The lowest level seemed to be a large hall, but it was empty at the moment. In a corner of the hall, there was a flight of stairs spiraling upwards. It was unknown where it went, but when one looked up, one couldn't see the end of it. Chapter 22-27. Yang Kai followed behind Bai Lu, following the spiral staircase all the way up. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, they reached the end of the staircase, where a large hall appeared in front of them. The side door of the hall opened along the trunk of a tree, allowing light to shine in from outside. Yang Kai glanced outside and found that this place was already several thousand meters above the ground. Everything below the ground was hazy, making it difficult to see clearly. After he arrived at this place, a gaze that seemed to have substance locked onto his body. Yang Kai immediately became alert and turned his head to look, only to see a middle-aged man with black hair wearing plain clothes. He had an ordinary appearance and was standing to the side with his hands behind his back, looking at him with a smile. Yuan Fei, who had arrived earlier, stood respectfully to the side with a cautious expression. The Lord of Heavenly Monster Mountain. This thought inexplicably popped into Yang Kai's mind. Although he couldn't see anything about this middle-aged man that made his eyes light up, as if he was just an ordinary person in a crowd, Yang Kai could still confirm that he was the third-order Emperor Realm Master who had attacked just now, the Master of Heavenly Monster Mountain, and also the Purple Squirrel's father. Yang Kai was filled with deep veneration, bowing and cupping his fists. "Junior Yang Kai greets Senior." The middle-aged man heard this and nodded slightly, but didn't say anything. Instead, he slowly raised his hand and pointed at Yang Kai from afar. Before Yang Kai could figure out what this action meant, his expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly pushed his spiritual energy and formed an invisible barrier in front of him. A soft sound rang out. A powerful force came head-on. It easily broke through Yang Kai's barrier. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly retreated. But soon, he stopped because he found that the other party's attack was very easy. It only broke through his barrier and didn't continue. In other words, this attack didn't pose any threat to him at all. It seemed to be just a test. "What is the meaning of this, Senior?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. The other party was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so why was he testing him like this? He was able to see through his cultivation with just a glance. The middle-aged man raised his brow and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "Why don't I see you using a soul-type artifact?" Yang Kai replied, "I met a strong enemy and my secret treasure was destroyed. I can't use it anymore." Before he could finish, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at the middle-aged man in astonishment. He asked curiously, "Senior, you?" At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses. The other party had actually mentioned soul-type artifacts just now. This was not something a cultivator in Divine Ascension world could understand. Soul-type artifacts were things that only a cultivator in the outside world could possess. In Divine Ascension world, because of the lack of materials to refine artifacts, they would never be able to obtain such things. There was no need to even talk about insight. However, this middle-aged man had said the name of an existence that he shouldn't have known. How could Yang Kai not be shocked? "What's wrong?" The middle-aged man smiled slightly. "Do you think this king doesn't know anything?" Although these words were spoken without rhyme or reason, Yang Kai understood what he meant and was stunned on the spot, not knowing how to respond. But it seems. The middle-aged man nodded lightly. You really aren't from this world. Yang Kai took a deep breath and cupped his fists. Senior's eyes are sharp, but how is Senior? The middle-aged man smiled slightly and stretched out his hand, summoning a long sword into his grasp. This long sword was glowing brilliantly and pulsing with powerful energy fluctuations. It was extremely extraordinary. This long sword was not condensed from his spiritual energy at all, but a real, soul-type artifact? Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he couldn't believe what he was seeing. In this divine ascension boundary, a cultivator had actually taken out a soul-type artifact, and a high-grade one at that. Judging from the energy fluctuations emanating from the long sword, this sword had reached the level of an emperor artifact. The sword was filled with emperor pressure and emperor intent, complementing the middle-aged man's aura. On the side, Yuan Fei and Bai Lu were also staring at the long sword, dazzled. As capable subordinates of the master of Heavenly Monster Mountain, the two of them naturally knew that their master had a treasure in his hands, but even with their qualifications, they didn't have the opportunity to see it often. Over the past few hundred years, the two of them had only seen it twice. Counting today, it was only the third time. Yuan Fei and Bai Lu didn't know what this treasure was or where it came from. They only knew that it was extremely sharp and powerful, much stronger than the weapons condensed from their spiritual energy. They couldn't understand why their master would show this treasure to Yang Kai, a human he was meeting for the first time. Furthermore, what did His Excellency mean when he said that he wasn't from this world? They looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Yes, this is a soul-type artifact, the middle-aged man nodded. Using his fingers like a sword, he gently rubbed the sword's edge. Under the resonance of energy, the sword hummed as if it had its own consciousness. 800 years ago, I obtained it from a guy named Wan Zishan. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. As he spoke, he paid close attention to the changes in Yang Kai's expression and said slowly, I don't know if you recognize him. So it was Temple Master Wan? Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he suddenly understood. Because according to Wan Zishan, he came to Azure Sun Temple 800 years ago, found the Divine Ascension Mirror, and stayed in the Azure Sun mountain range. At that time, Wan Zishan probably entered the Divine Ascension Mirror as well, then traveled around and met this middle-aged man. As for how this artifact ended up in the middle-aged man's hands, Yang Kai didn't know. That was a very interesting guy. The middle-aged man spoke as a trace of reminiscence appeared on his face. We felt like old friends at first sight, and we had a good chat. This long sword was also won by me from a bet with him. But according to what you said, this artifact was only Dao's source grade high rank at that time. After several hundred years of refinement by this king, it became an artifact. That's how it became an emperor artifact. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, It seems that Senior knows a lot about the outside world. The middle-aged man laughed. This king casually gave Wan Zishan a few jars of monkey god wine, and he almost told me the color of his underwear. Do you think this king knows a lot? Hearing this, Yang Kai's face twitched for a while. But this way, he was completely relieved. He didn't need to worry about his own safety, because this middle-aged man didn't have any ill intentions towards him. Moreover, he knew Temple Master One and knew about the outside world. Just this point alone made it impossible for him to do anything to him. May I ask how I should address Senior? Yang Kai asked with a serious expression and cupped his fists. This king is called Yi Quan. The middle-aged man put away the artifact as he answered, then continued, I heard Yuan Fei say that you saved my son's life outside. It was just a coincidence, Yang Kai said honestly. That's still a life-saving grace, Yi Quan said as he reached behind him. He pulled out a small figure. Yang Kai took a closer look and discovered that it was actually a child about 2 years old, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. His little face was pink and chubby, and his small hands and short legs were exposed, as delicate as a white lotus root. This was a little boy. He even had a braid on his head. He looked extremely cute. Little purple squirrel? Yang Kai looked at him and raised his eyebrows. The little guy seemed to be a little shy. After glancing at Yang Kai, He hurriedly hid behind Iquan and grabbed the corner of his father's clothes with his small hands, sticking his head out to look around. Seeing this, Yongkai was sure that he was the purple squirrel. However, he was now too embarrassed to be as close to Yongkai as before. "What did Daddy tell you?" Seeing this, Iquan reached out and slapped the back of the little purple squirrel's head, causing him to stagger. He appeared behind Iquan. Seeing this, Bai Lu immediately showed a distressed expression. The little guy pouted and looked like he was about to cry. Iquan snorted softly. This sound scared the purple squirrel. It hurriedly stopped crying and sniffled. He sniffed and looked at Yongkai, then murmured a few words. "No need to thank me. You've helped me a lot, so I should be the one thanking you." Yongkai looked at the little guy and said softly, "A life-saving grace should be remembered for the rest of your life and never forgotten." Iquan said as he stroked the little guy's head and said earnestly, "Remember this." The little purple squirrel hurriedly nodded. "Bai Lu," Iquan called out again. "This subordinate is here." Bai Lu hurriedly stepped forward. "Take the young master out to play. Watch him carefully and don't let him run around again." "I have some things to talk about with this little brother," Iquan ordered. "Yes." Bai Lu responded and then waved at the little guy. This time, he was very obedient and obediently trotted to Bai Lu, extending his small hand for her to hold. Before he left, he even turned around to look at Yongkai. Yuan Fei also followed them out. After leaving the hall, Yuan Fei asked Bai Lu in a low voice, "Did you understand what Master said?" Bai Lu shook her head and turned to look at him. "Did you understand?" Yuan Fei's face darkened as he said, "If you don't understand, how could I? However, I vaguely remember that 800 years ago, a human came here and talked with Master for 3 days and 3 nights before leaving. I also remember. That guy was very strong, not inferior to Master at all." Bai Lu nodded slightly. Strange. What is a soul-type artifact? Why did His Excellency seem to be implying that the human brat just now also had one? But why don't even masters like you and me understand? What are you worrying about? If it's possible for us to know, my lord will tell us. Bai Lu glared at him. That's true, Yuan Fei nodded. Yeah. The little guy who was being held by Bai Lu suddenly interjected at this time. Hearing this, Bai Lu said in surprise, "Young master, you mean that boy named Yongkai used a soul-type artifact in the battle earlier?" Yeah. The little guy nodded vigorously. "What was it like? Tell me." Yuan Fei suddenly became spirited and asked. But who knew that the little guy would glance at him and coldly snort, turning his head to the side as if he didn't want to talk to him. Chapter 22-28. Inside the great hall at the heart of the tree, Iquan invited Yongkai to take a seat. Since the other party was so enthusiastic, Yongkai did not stand on ceremony. Although there was a huge gap between their cultivations, Iquan was obviously the kind of person who did not care about trifles, so he naturally did not care. Then, he took out a wine jar and 2 wine cups as if he was performing a magic trick, then poured wine for himself and Yongkai. "Is this the monkey god wine that Senior mentioned before?" Yongkai's eyes lit up and he took a deep breath. He immediately felt a strange fragrance hit him in the face. The wine fragrance that filled the air seemed to have a great effect on his soul, and when the fragrance entered his body, it actually made him feel very comfortable. "That's right." Iquan smiled slightly, then picked up the cup in front of him and took a sip, proudly saying, "Although the things we produce here are completely different from your side, they all have their own characteristics. This monkey god wine was brewed by my heavenly Monster Mountain spirit monkey clan with great effort and time. It is very beneficial to the soul." "The cup isn't full, Senior." Yongkai looked at Iquan with some embarrassment and pointed at the wine cup in front of him. This was because when Iquan poured the wine, he only gave him half a cup. "Haha." Iquan looked at Yongkai and laughed. "Drink this half cup first. If you can drink more, this king will not be stingy." Hearing him say this, Yongkai immediately understood that this monkey god wine was probably quite strong and was not something an ordinary cultivator could drink. In Iquan's opinion, with his cultivation in the 3rd order Dao source realm, he could only drink half a cup at most. Thinking of this, Yongkai did not say anything else and picked up the wine cup in front of him. He slowly drank. The spirit wine entered his mouth. It was as sweet as nectar, but when he swallowed it, it was as cold as ice. A chill rushed from his throat to the top of his head, shaking Yang Kai's spirit. When the wine entered his stomach, it brought with it a burning power. It flowed through his limbs and bones. After a few changes, the wine continued to take effect. Yang Kai let out a soft groan and carefully felt the changes in his body. He found that the slight damage his soul avatar had suffered during the battle with Ban Qing was beginning to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. This discovery made Yang Kai's expression shake. Without hesitation, he began to gulp down the food. "Slow down." Seeing this, Iquan hurriedly shouted in a low voice, afraid that Yang Kai's greed would cause him harm. But as soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai put down his wine cup. He didn't say anything and just sat upright on the spot with his eyes closed while an expression of reminiscence appeared on his face. Sigh. Iquan sighed softly and muttered to himself, "I wanted to talk to you more about the outside world, but it looks like I'll have to wait a few days." In his opinion, Yang Kai's insignificant cultivation base. After drinking half a cup of monkey god wine in one go, he would be drunk for at least a few days before sobering up. Iquan couldn't help but smile bitterly at this thought. He had taken out the monkey god wine with good intentions because he could see that Yang Kai's soul avatar had suffered some damage during the battle, but he didn't want to delay his own matters. "What does Senior want to talk about?" Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. The light in his eyes was clear, without the slightest hint of drunkenness. "HM?" Iquan was startled as he looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. He asked suspiciously, "Are you all right? Does Senior look like I'm not all right?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. As he spoke, he unceremoniously reached out and took the jar of monkey god wine in front of Iquan. He then poured himself a cup and drank it all in one gulp, praising in a deep voice, "Good wine." After drinking a cup and a half of spirit wine, the damage to his soul avatar had been completely healed. Not only that, his soul had also been thoroughly tempered. As for the excess energy contained in the monkey god wine, it poured into the 7-colored soul-warming lotus and was absorbed by this precious treasure. Just like how it absorbed the great-grade soul jade, the soul-warming lotus also absorbed the energy contained in the monkey god wine and then slowly and methodically fed it back to Yang Kai's soul avatar, allowing him to continue to benefit. Iquan was completely dumbfounded, a dumbfounded expression appearing on his face. At his level of strength, there were very few things in this world that could surprise him, but Yang Kai's actions still puzzled him. He couldn't understand why Yang Kai wasn't drunk at all. After all, even when Zishan, who came here for the first time, didn't dare to drink the fine wine of Heavenly Monster Mountain like this. No one could resist drinking it like this, but Yang Kai seemed to be completely fine. "It seems you really are a little different from the rest." Iquan quickly felt relieved and smiled slightly. "You outsiders shouldn't all be like this, right?" "Of course not." Yang Kai laughed. "It's just that this junior is a little." He hesitated for a moment and didn't know how to explain, so he could only say, "There are some methods to resolve it." Iquan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. But just as he was about to speak, he saw Yang Kai pick up the wine jug with both hands and say, "This junior thanks Senior for the reward." As soon as he finished speaking, he began to drink in large mouthfuls. Looking at him drinking like this, the corners of Iquan's mouth twitched involuntarily. In just a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai had already emptied the jug of monkey god wine, leaving not a single drop behind. He wiped his mouth with some dissatisfaction and looked eagerly at Iquan. "This wine. Is there any left? You want more?" Iquan glared at him and said, "What do you think this is? Even the Spirit Monkey Clan can only brew a jug of monkey god wine once every 100 years. What you just drank was 100 years of the clan's work." Even though Iquan had a good temper, he was still amused by Yang Kai's shameless demand. If he had known this would happen, how could he have taken out this treasure to entertain Yang Kai? At this moment, Iquan's intestines turned green with regret. Ahem. Yang Kai coughed lightly and said under the influence of the wine, "Senior has a great family business, don't be so stingy." He also saw that Iquan had no malice towards him, so he dared to speak like this. Otherwise, If he were any other third-order Emperor Realm Master, he would have gotten himself into trouble. I'm stingy. Equan's eyes almost rolled back in his head. He was a little speechless, but after pondering for a moment, he said, "Fine, but if you can tell me more about the outside world, this king will give you another jug." Senior means what he says. Yang Kai immediately became spirited and asked, "What does Senior want to hear?" "Anything." Equan's request was not high. When that guy Wen Zishan came last time, he also told this king some things, but unfortunately, that guy got drunk in the end and started spouting crazy nonsense. It was really unbearable. Then let's start with Temple Master Wan. Yang Kai smiled slightly and coughed lightly. He put on the appearance of a storyteller and slowly told the story under Equan's close attention. The star boundary was vast, and Yang Kai had only been in it for a short time, so he didn't know much about the entire star boundary. He didn't even know all the great emperors, but even so, the information he had was still not available to Equan, and it was precisely this information about the outside world that he was interested in, so he naturally listened with relish. Azure Sun Temple, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, Star Soul Palace, and even the entire Southern Territory. Yang Kai told everything he knew. The customs of various places, all kinds of strange stories, large and small sealed realms, and ancient legends passed down by word of mouth. Yang Kai didn't have any structure to his narration, basically speaking whatever came to his mind. Equan just listened quietly, only interrupting him at some special moments and asking a few questions before motioning for him to continue. Everything in the outside world seemed to make this lord of heavenly monster mountain curious and yearning. The wonders of the physical body, the mysteries of various secret techniques and artifacts, were all things the creatures of this world couldn't possess. They could never understand what it was like to have a physical body. They chatted for an entire day and night. Yang Kai's mouth was dry from talking, so he naturally found an opportunity to ask Equan for another jar of monkey god wine to moisten his throat. Equan was also listening attentively, fascinated by all kinds of information he had never come across before. The Divine Ascension world wasn't big, and the outside world was undoubtedly more exciting. Moreover, Equan was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and above that would be the level of the great emperors. This kind of height wasn't something that could be reached through hard work. It required enlightenment and opportunities. On the road to advancement, everything one saw and heard could become an opportunity. The opportunity Equan needed might not exist in the Divine Ascension world, but it might not exist in the outside world. That was why he yearned for the outside world more than anyone else. Perhaps in the world he had never seen before, he could find his own path to the great emperors. Unfortunately, he was just a soul without a physical body, so he couldn't survive in the outside world for long. Once he left this place, he was bound to be rejected by the world principles of the outside world and eventually die. When Wen Zishan came here last time, he told this king that if he could create a physical body that could perfectly integrate with this king's soul, this king might have a chance to escape from this cage. How much do you know about this? At a certain moment, Equan suddenly interrupted Yang Kai and asked, "Flesh incarnation pill?" Yang Kai raised his brow and replied casually, "What is a flesh incarnation pill?" Equan's eyes suddenly lit up and he hurriedly asked, Yang Kai thought for a moment before replying, "It's a kind of spirit pill. Because of the special situation here, there are no such things as spirit pills." What is a spirit pill? Equan was at a loss. Let's put it this way. In the outside world, there is a special group of people called alchemists. They can use special tools and techniques to fuse spirit grasses and medicines together, remove the impurities, and extract the essence to refine them into pills. This is a spirit pill. A spirit pill contains the effects of all the raw materials and can greatly enhance these effects. Then the flesh incarnation pill is a kind of spirit pill? Equan asked with shining eyes. Yes. It is said that if an existence like Senior takes it, it can give birth to their own physical body. It is said? Equan raised his brow. Yang Kai smiled, because this is only a legendary spirit pill. As far as this junior knows, no one has ever refined it. Chapter 22-29. Why? Equan suddenly became furious. Are those alchemists all trash? Yang Kai said helplessly. As the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. To refine the flesh incarnation pill, you need a main ingredient called the flesh incarnation fruit, which is extinct. Without this spirit fruit, how can you refine the flesh incarnation pill? How can that be? Yi Quan couldn't accept Yang Kai's explanation. Isn't the outside world vast and rich in resources? Yang Kai smiled. That may be the case, but some things can only be found by chance. Yi Quan suddenly showed a look of disappointment. It took him a while to recover, but soon, he seemed to realize something and looked at Yang Kai excitedly. You know so much about the flesh incarnation pill. Could it be that you're one of those alchemists? Sort of. Yang Kai nodded. He understood what Yi Quan was trying to do, so he continued without waiting for him to speak. But seniors should know that alchemists are also divided into grades, just like a cultivator's cultivation. Different grades can refine different pills. The flesh incarnation pill is an emperor-grade pill that requires an emperor-grade alchemist to refine, and this junior is now just a Dao Source-grade alchemist. So what? Yi Quan shouted. This king observes that you already have an extraordinary cultivation at such a young age. Given some time, you may have a chance to grow to the emperor grade. When that time comes, how about you refine the flesh incarnation pill for this king? Smiling wryly, Kai Yang replied, you still need the materials. Go find them. Yi Quan said matter-of-factly, this king is not afraid of waiting. He can afford to wait. When you find the flesh incarnation fruit, when you refine the flesh incarnation pill, this king only needs you to agree to this now. Seeing him like this, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but become serious. After pondering for a moment, he said, since Senior has said so, this junior will do his best. But Senior may have to wait for a long time, and there may be nothing in the end. It's fine. Yi Quan waved his hand. As long as you have the heart. Saying so, he seemed to have seen hope and said, come, come, come. I'll give you this jug of wine. With that said, another jug of monkey god wine was placed in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned and didn't hesitate, directly drinking from the bottle. Even though Yang Kai had the rainbow soul-warming lotus as a foundation, he couldn't help but feel a little dizzy after drinking 3 jars of monkey god wine in such a short period of time. Yi Quan's gaze towards him became more and more amiable. Just as he was about to wave his hand to summon someone to take Yang Kai away to rest, his expression suddenly turned cold and he turned his head to look in a certain direction. Yang Kai noticed the change in his expression and couldn't help but look at him with a puzzled expression. Yi Quan did not move and just watched quietly. After a while, he coldly said, "You've got guts." "Senior, what happened?" Yang Kai asked. But before Yi Quan could answer, a monster race master suddenly flew in from outside and cupped his fists, hurriedly saying, "Master, a human master has invaded. The blood wolf elites are trying to stop them, but the intruder is extremely strong. It seems that this king understands." Yi Quan nodded coldly and ordered, "Tell the blood wolves to retreat. They can't stop them. Let them in." The monster race master did not hesitate to listen. He immediately retreated after nodding. Yang Kai also came back to his senses at this moment and said with an ugly expression, "Could it be? Zhou Dian came in person?" Yi Quan's cultivation was extraordinary, and there was no other human master that he valued so highly other than Zhou Dian. His guess was correct. Yi Quan nodded when he heard this and said, "Yes, it is indeed him. He actually dared to break into my heavenly monster valley at the risk of ruining the heavenly monster pact. Could it be that he came for you?" "Me?" Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed at his own nose. Having sobered up, he couldn't help but laugh. "That's unlikely. This junior only came here a dozen days ago. Before that, he didn't even know about Zhou Dian. Why would he come here for me? This king doesn't know either, but..." Yi Quan's figure suddenly flickered as he arrived in front of Yang Kai and patted him on the shoulder. Yang Kai was slightly surprised, but he knew that Yi Quan would not harm him, so he had no intention of resisting. A gentle force flowed into his body from his shoulder and traveled to his limbs. After a while, Yi Quan said with an ugly expression, "Sure enough, someone did something to it." This king was negligent. At this point, Yi Quan's hand suddenly trembled. At the same time, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan, but he could clearly hear a strange sound coming from his body. Immediately after, his body inexplicably relaxed, as if he had broken free from some kind of shackle. My son told me that you met with Banshing and used some methods to kill him. Banshing is an expert in concealment and assassination, and he is also good at tracking. When he fought with you, he seemed to have left a mark on you. Zhou Jian came here to chase after this mark. Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but sink. Previously, he had suspected that Banshing had done something to him, but with his strength, there was no way for him to discover it. Now, it seemed that the cultivator had not been able to track him down by luck. However, from what Yi Quan had just said, it seemed that he already knew about some of Yang Kai's secrets, but he had never pointed them out. I've caused trouble for Senior, Yang Kai said apologetically. Yi Quan waved his hand and said, You don't need to be like this. You are my son's savior, so this king should treat you well. As for Zhou Dian, he is simply too arrogant and condescending. After saying this, he continued, As for the methods you used to kill Banshing, this king can only tell you that you must not leave those insects here. If you have a chance to enter this place next time, don't bring them in before you can fully control them. This place was once almost destroyed because of these insects. Yang Kai said in surprise, There are soul-devouring insects here. You call them soul-devouring insects? Yi Quan showed a look of fear. No matter what they are called, they are still the nemesis of this world. The insects you have right now aren't very strong, so this king could help you suppress them a little, but that was all. If they truly grow, even this king will become their food. This junior understands. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Just remember, Yi Quan said in a deep voice. Yi Quan. At this moment, an earth-shattering voice suddenly came from outside. This voice was actually not very loud, but it was full of energy and was as deafening as thunder. The sound waves set off a storm and swept through the surroundings, reaching the ears of every monster race member in Heavenly Monster Valley. The weaker ones even felt their ears hurt and bleed. Yi Quan turned his head and glared angrily at the source of the sound. He condensed his divine power into his voice and turned it into an invisible attack. Zhou Jian, who gave you the guts to yell in my Heavenly Monster Valley? Ha 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 ha, ha. Zhou Dian's laughter was heard. At first, this laughter was calm, but as Zhou Dian's emotions fluctuated, it gradually became deranged and insane. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a series of explosions came from outside, piercing through the void and causing the world to tremble. Yang Kai stood in place with an ugly expression, only feeling that his soul avatar was extremely unstable. The light on the surface of his body flickered erratically, startling him so much that he hurriedly urged his strength to protect himself. Only then did he feel a little better. By the time he came back to his senses, Yi Quan was no longer beside him. He hurriedly rushed out of the great hall in the heart of the tree, hovered in the air, and looked around. Soon, he saw the figures of Yi Quan and Zhou Dian. About 50 kilometers away from him, Yi Quan, the sovereign of the monster race, stood there quietly. His figure was motionless, and his aura was restrained, making one feel as if they were standing in an abyss. Not far in front of Yi Quan, a burly figure was riding an extremely handsome monster beast, looking down at Yi Quan condescendingly. Zhou Dian. Even though Yang Kai had never seen this person before, he knew who he was. Only Zhou Dian could make Yi Quan treat him with such caution. Behind Zhou Dian, an equally tall red-haired master from the Emperor realm stood behind him. His fiery red hair was extremely obvious, and Yang Kai immediately understood that this person was Lian Yan. Around the two human race masters were countless monster race masters. Each of these monster race masters was glaring at the two human race masters, their eyes filled with ferocious glints and vicious auras. But none of the monster race masters dared to act rashly. Zhou Dian was calm, and even Lian Yin was not nervous in the slightest. He only smiled disdainfully as he looked around, occasionally meeting the gazes of the monster race masters with provocative eyes. Very good. It's been many years since we last met, Yi Quan. You're still as elegant as ever. This general is very pleased. Zhou Dian was the first to speak with a smile on his face, as if the person standing in front of him was not a mortal enemy, but an old friend he had not met for a long time. Yi Quan sneered, "This king is still the same, but I wonder if Zhou Dian's injuries have healed?" As soon as these words came out, the smile on Zhou Dian's face suddenly disappeared, and a chilling chill descended from the sky, as if it wanted to freeze everything in the world. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his expression had returned to normal. Seeing this, Yi Quan could not help but raise his eyebrows. "Yi Quan, if it were possible, this general would not have come to your heavenly monster valley, but this general was ordered by His Majesty to come." Zhou Dian said, "Your Majesty's orders have nothing to do with this king. The Heavenly Monster Valley's agreement states that humans are not allowed to set foot within 30,000 kilometers of Heavenly Monster Mountain. This is an agreement between the two races, yet you personally broke it today. Is the credibility of the human race really not worth mentioning?" Yi Quan shouted angrily. Zhou Dian said, "Today, this general only came for one person. If you hand him over, this general will immediately withdraw and will absolutely not make things difficult for your Heavenly Monster Valley's masters. You should have seen that this general did not kill anyone from your Heavenly Monster Valley along the way, which is enough to show this general's sincerity. Is Heavenly Monster Valley a place where you can come and go as you please?" Yi Quan raised his eyebrows. "This king also knows who you are here for, but he is this king's honored guest. You want to take him away? You'll have to see if this king agrees." Chapter 22:30. Honored guest? Zhou Dian raised his brow and looked at Yi Quan mockingly. "Are you joking?" He thought that Yi Quan was just joking. After all, even from 50 kilometers away, he could clearly see Yang Kai's figure and understand Yang Kai's cultivation. How could such a human race brat become Yi Quan's honored guest? "This king is not in the mood to joke with you," Yi Quan coldly snorted. "Get out of my Heavenly Monster Valley, or don't blame this king for being impolite. It seems that you don't intend to hand this person over." Zhou Dian's eyes darkened as he stared coldly at Yi Quan. Yi Quan coldly snorted and no longer said anything, slowly pushing his strength to the limit. At this point, both great masters knew that it was useless to rely on words. They could only see the truth through their actions. Everything in the world seemed to freeze at this moment. The gazes of the two third-order great emperors collided, sending invisible sparks flying into the void. Many monster race masters saw that the situation was bad and used their movement skills to disperse, not even looking back. Lien Yin did the same. His entire body turned into a red light and retreated several dozen kilometers away in an instant. Unparalleled fighting intent filled the air as a terrifying emperor pressure descended. Space began to tremble as the gravel on the ground slowly floated up. Even though he was 50 kilometers away, Yang Kai still felt cold all over. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have a body of flesh and blood, even breathing would have become a luxury. In a flash, Yuan Fei and Bai Lu, the two monster race masters, appeared beside Yang Kai and nodded slightly to him. The two no longer had the hostility and rejection from before. Their purpose in coming here was only to protect Yang Kai. "Where's Purple Squirrel?" Yang Kai asked. "Young Master has been placed in a safe place," Bai Lu replied softly. "Young Master Yang doesn't need to worry." She even changed the way she addressed Yang Kai. Obviously, it was because Yi Quan had called him honored guest. Yang Kai nodded slightly and focused his strength into his eyes, looking into the distance. This was a battle between third-order Emperor Realm Masters. If he could observe it, it would definitely be of great benefit to him, so he didn't want to miss such an exciting event. Right at this moment, Zhou Dian had moved. He leaped. Zhou Dian flew up from his mount and charged high into the sky. A ball of light burst out from his body, and when the light dissipated, a halberd had shockingly appeared in his hand. The halberd was over 10 meters long and as thick as a person's arm. Its might was heavy, and it swept through the spirit chi in all directions. He seemed to have the ability to stir up the world. As soon as the halberd appeared, the aura on Zhou Dian's body increased explosively. The energy on the surface of his body surged like boiling water. This was not a soul-type artifact, but a weapon condensed from Zhou Dian's own spiritual energy. However, this halberd had been with Zhou Jian for many years and had been refined by him using a secret technique. Although it was not a soul-type artifact, however, it had many miraculous uses, many of which were not inferior to any soul-type artifacts. Holding the halberd in his hand, Zhou Jian laughed maniacally. His entire body turned into a stream of light as he swooped down towards Yiquan, his roar resounding through the world. Yiquan, let this general see if you've made any progress over the years. This strike was like a startled swan, like a falling star. It was as if it was about to split the world apart. Every spectating cultivator, regardless of their cultivation, felt a stabbing pain in their eyes, as if they were about to be blinded. At the same time, a chill ran down their spines. Yang Kai was greatly shocked. Although he had witnessed the brilliance of several Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters during this period of time, he had never seen such a master go all out. Only at this moment did he understand how powerful a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master was. They were almost invincible existences in this world. Facing this shocking attack, Yiquan just stood in place, motionless. He looked ahead with contempt, as if he didn't put Zhou Dian in his eyes at all. Asterisk Chi-Chi. Asterisk a thick pillar of energy, visible to the naked eye, rushed out from the halberd, transforming into the shape of a dragon. It roared as it pounced towards Yiquan with bared fangs and claws. It seems, Yiquan said indifferently, you've forgotten the pain after the scars have healed. That battle 2,000 years ago, have you forgotten? Saying so, Yiquan flicked his finger. A thin and weak gadfly-like attack flew out to meet the dragon-shaped energy. The gap between the two was immeasurable, giving off the feeling of an ant trying to shake a giant tree. But when the gadfly-like attack met the dragon-shaped energy, a dazzling light burst out. The light was so bright that it covered everything in the world and swallowed the giant dragon whole. The giant dragon roared again and again, causing Zhou Dian's face to change drastically. Yiquan stepped on the spot and disappeared. Asterisk ding. Asterisk a light sound rang out, and by the time everyone came back to their senses, they were shocked to find that Yiquan had already arrived in front of Zhou Jian and stabbed the long sword in his hand into Zhou Dian's halberd, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Zhou Jian looked at the long sword with a blank look on his face. When he fought Yiquan 2,000 years ago, the other party did not use such a weapon. Furthermore, this long sword did not look like it was condensed from spiritual energy at all, so he did not know what kind of treasure it was. But this doubt only lasted for a moment. In a battle between masters of this level, the slightest hesitation could cost them their lives. So Zhou Jian quickly calmed himself down and shook his halberd, forcing Yiquan to retreat. At the same time, a burst of pure spiritual energy suddenly burst out and bombarded Yiquan. It was unknown what kind of exquisite soul secret technique he was using. Yiquan's face turned solemn as his spiritual energy surged, and he used a soul secret technique to neutralize this attack. Both of them were Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters, so even if there was a slight difference in strength, it was not by much. So, even though the onlookers could not see clearly what was going on, it was definitely extremely dangerous. One man, one monster. The long-cherished wish that had been unfulfilled for 2,000 years finally collided today, bursting into dazzling sparks. As their souls collided, the light on their bodies flickered wildly, but their hands did not stop moving either. As the long sword and halberd clashed, a dense clanging sound rang out. The sword stabbed, flicked, cut, coiled, intercepted, gently and nimbly, while the halberd slashed, hooked, chopped, and chopped. The two divine armaments, two great masters, seemed to be stirring up the world. In an instant, the battle became a mess. Their figures crisscrossed, back and forth, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. The sword was complex and gentle. The sword light was like a star that shot out in all directions, overwhelming the onlookers. The halberd was fierce and overbearing. The halberd was like a wave that slapped against the shore, rolling out a supreme power. Secret techniques, energy, and exquisite movements intertwined to create an intoxicating scene dazzling, and colorful. All the onlookers stared at the battle intently. On the battlefield, time seemed to have become erratic. The man and the monster were sometimes as slow as a turtle, and sometimes as fast as lightning. The visual conflict between the front and back seemed to have an invisible impact that shook the hearts of every spectator. Ugh! Finally, a monster race master could not bear it anymore. His face darkened as he took a few steps back, as if he had suffered some kind of injury. He clutched his chest and slowly closed his eyes, not daring to watch anymore. As time passed, more and more people were in this situation. At first, it was only the cultivator of the First Order Dao Source Realm. Then it was the Second Order, Third Order. After an incense stick worth of time, even Yuan Fei and Bai Lu of the Emperor Realm had to push their strength to resolve the discomfort in their bodies. They forced themselves to continue watching. They did not want to miss this wonderful battle. In a trance, Yuan Fei seemed to catch a glimpse of something from the corner of his eye and quickly turned to look at Yang Kai. The next moment, Yuan Fei's mouth suddenly opened wide, revealing a dumbfounded look. Because he found that Yang Kai's eyes were wide open as he stared fixedly at the battlefield, his pair of clear eyes reflecting the figures of the two masters fighting a few dozen kilometers away, as if he was completely unaffected by the battle taking place. Not only that, he also showed a thoughtful look from time to time. This scene stunned Yuan Fei, and he couldn't help but quietly poke Bai Lu. "What are you doing?" Bai Lu was paying close attention to the battle over there when she was disturbed by Yuan Fei, so she snapped angrily. Yuan Fei pursed his lips to the side. Bai Lu looked over suspiciously, but in the next moment, she also showed a look of astonishment. "This little brat is very strange," Yuan Fei whispered to Bai Lu. Even as strong as the two of them were, they still felt somewhat uncomfortable at this moment. At most, they could only watch the battle for a while longer, but Yang Kai, who was weaker than them, was completely unaffected. How could they not be concerned? The person master has taken a fancy to is really extraordinary. Bai Lu gently nodded. Just as the two of them were whispering to each other, a pure spiritual energy suddenly spread out from Yang Kai's body and enveloped him. From this spiritual energy, an indescribable charm gradually emerged. Yang Kai's entire being seemed to be undergoing some kind of magical change. "Emperor intent," Yuan Fei exclaimed involuntarily. "He's actually touched Emperor intent?" At this moment, Yuan Fei clearly sensed something and cried out in alarm. Bai Lu also looked at Yang Kai with bright eyes, and after a while, nodded slightly. "Indeed. Although it's still very shallow, there is no doubt that it is Emperor intent. Could it be that he wants to break through to the Emperor realm here?" As soon as this thought came to mind, Bai Lu was shocked. Breaking through in the Divine Ascension world was not a simple matter. Every breakthrough was a life or death situation, and a single mistake could result in the destruction of one's soul. Because the living beings here did not have flesh and blood, they could not rely on the power of their flesh and blood to resist the world energy baptism. All they could rely on was their own soul. So naturally, it was much more difficult for them to break through here compared to a cultivator outside. At this moment, Yiquan was still fighting, so if something happened to Yang Kai while he was breaking through, they wouldn't be able to explain it to Yiquan. For a moment, Bai Lu couldn't help but be on edge. She was obviously overthinking things. Yang Kai was not a living being in the Divine Ascension world. Although he entered here as a soul avatar, he still had his own physical body. At this moment, even if he was affected by the battle between the two masters and had touched some Emperor intent, before his physical strength improved to a certain level, even if he could make his soul break through to the level of an existence in the Emperor realm, it was impossible for him to truly reach that level. Chapter 22:31. There was a gap between the Dao Source realm and the Emperor realm. If a Dao Source realm cultivator's spiritual energy was compared to a wooden stick, then the Emperor realm was an iron stick. In terms of sturdiness, the latter was naturally superior. In the First Order Dao Source realm, the difference between the Second Order and Third Order realms was only the thickness and length of the wooden stick. If one wanted to upgrade their wooden stick to an iron stick, they had to cross that gap. Yang Kai was currently in the middle of that gap and had not completely crossed it yet, but because he had touched upon Emperor intent, his wooden stick had been plated with a layer of iron. It had some of the capital that only the Emperor realm could have, but it was still very different from the Emperor realm. But this was enough. In this world, besides him, who else in the First Order Dao Source realm had touched upon the existence of Emperor intent? Even the 10 great emperors who were famous throughout the star boundary could not do this when they were at Yang Kai's level. Touching upon Emperor intent in advance would naturally be of great benefit to his future growth. Yang Kai was still watching the battlefield intently. The double impact of the visual and spiritual energy that was unbearable for others was like a gentle breeze to him. He didn't need to care too much about it, because as soon as the impact was transmitted to his soul avatar, it was completely neutralized by the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, so it had no effect on him at all. Time passed slowly. Yang Kai's harvest was getting bigger and bigger, and on the battlefield, the battle between the two masters had obviously entered a white-hot level. Zhou Jian roared from time to time, his anger unstoppable. Yiquan's expression was dignified. He was no longer as relaxed as before. His long sword moved leisurely as he unleashed secret techniques one after another, fighting endlessly with Zhou Jian. With Yang Kai's cultivation and eyesight, he could not tell who was stronger between the two, or who had the upper hand. He only felt that the two of them were evenly matched. However, judging from Zhou Dian's gradually fretful voice, it seemed that he was at a slight disadvantage. This was not surprising. From the bits and pieces he had heard before, Yang Kai had inferred that Zhou Jian and Yiquan had once fought 2,000 years ago. At that time, Zhou Jian should have been injured and Yiquan won. Now that 2,000 years had passed, both of them had grown, but Yiquan had obtained an Emperor-grade soul-type artifact. On top of his strong foundation, he naturally had an additional advantage. It was natural for him to be able to suppress Zhou Dian. But if they wanted to determine the victor, it would be difficult. Yang Kai estimated that even if these two fought for 10 days to half a month, they would not be able to end the battle. He was happy to see such a situation because in this way, he would have plenty of time to continue observing and comprehending. At this moment, but Kai Yang's brow furrowed. He keenly sensed that there seemed to be a trace of abnormal energy fluctuation in the space. His face sank as he turned to look at Bai Lu and Yuan Fei, only to find that the two of them did not react. Immediately thinking that it was just his imagination, Yang Kai was preparing to continue watching the battle when he suddenly discovered something, and his expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Senior, be careful." Before he could finish his words, another figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the anxious battlefield. This figure was tall and mysterious. The newcomer was completely wrapped in a black cloak, making it impossible to distinguish his body shape, and he was also wearing a demon face mask. It was a terrifying sight to behold. This person had appeared without warning, and even masters like Yiquan and Zhou Dian had failed to notice him. If it were not for Yang Kai cultivating the Tao of space and being proficient in the space divine technique, he would not have noticed him either. Although the other party acted mysteriously, Yang Kai still keenly sensed the slight fluctuation in space when he arrived. But his words were still too late. As soon as the masked man appeared, he arrived next to Yiquan and slowly pushed out a palm towards Yiquan. Yiquan's expression changed drastically as he retracted his sword and stabbed to the side, trying to defend himself by attacking. He had already put his full strength into this attack. Above his sword, energy surged like a tsunami, seemingly capable of swallowing the heaven-devouring great emperor whole. The demon face's attack was barely blocked. However, Zhou Dian took the opportunity to attack. With a stab and a flick of his halberd, he broke through Yiquan's defenses and directly opened a hole in his shoulder. Ugh! Yiquan grunted as his figure retreated rapidly. When he stood still, he reached out and patted his shoulder repeatedly in an attempt to relieve his injuries. However, how could Zhou Dian's full-powered attack be so easily neutralized? The shockwave that had penetrated Yiquan's body had clearly injured him severely, and pure spiritual energy was leaking out from his wounds, flowing freely between the heavens and earth. Master! The expressions of Bai Lu, Yuan Fei, and the other monster race masters changed drastically as they cried out in alarm, their figures flickering as they rushed over to help. Yiquan raised his hand and stopped them, his eyes slightly sinking as he stared at the demon face who had suddenly appeared, his expression fluctuating. Zhou Jian did not seem to have expected that this demon face would appear here and take advantage of his battle with Yi Quan to launch a sneak attack. If not for this person interfering, he would not have been able to hurt Yi Quan at all. The other party's actions displeased Zhou Jian and made him feel that this sacred battle was being sullied. Even so, Zhou Jian did not dare to show the slightest neglect, cupping his fists and bowing, "Your Majesty, why have you come?" "To help you," the demon face slowly replied, his voice hoarse, like the friction of metal, extremely uncomfortable to listen to. "But this subordinate—" Zhou Jian seemed to want to argue. The demon face directly interrupted him. "There's no need to say more. Take him back to the palace. I'm here." Zhou Jian had no choice but to obey the orders of His Majesty, so he could only grit his teeth and shout, "Yes." Saying so, he glanced at Yi Quan helplessly before his figure flickered, and he flew towards where Yang Kai was. Yi Quan turned his head slightly, looked at Yang Kai, and said concisely, "Run." Yang Kai also reacted quickly. Although the change in front of him was extremely sudden, he had vaguely deduced everything in this short period of time. This demon face was undoubtedly Zhou Dian's master, and also the one who gave the order to capture him. Since this person could order Zhou Dian to act for him, it was obvious that he was also a third-order Emperor Realm Master. And judging from this person's appearance and the method he used to launch a sneak attack on Yi Quan, his strength was probably even higher than Yi Quan's. With this person restraining Yi Quan, Zhou Dian would be invincible. How could Yang Kai hesitate? When Yi Quan shouted the word "run," his figure flickered and he instantly traversed 1,000 meters. At this moment, he had already used the Space Divine technique. In front of a third-order Emperor Realm Master like Zhou Dian, he couldn't think of any other way to escape other than using the Space Divine technique. At the same time that Yang Kai left, Bai Lu and Yuan Fei stood side by side, blocking Zhou Dian's path. Seeing that a powerful enemy was approaching, these two monster race masters couldn't help but let out a deep roar and reveal their true forms in a flash of light. "Roar!" Yuan Fei roared and took the initiative to meet Zhou Dian, wanting to stop him. As for Bai Lu, she was shrouded in white light. It was unknown what kind of mysterious source secret technique she had used, but it actually turned an area of 30 kilometers into a pure white world, making it impossible to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. "Those who block me will die." Zhou Jian roared angrily, his halberd dancing in his hand. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the sound of something tearing through the void rang out. Before Yuan Fei could get close to Zhou Dian, he was sent flying by an inexplicable attack and fell far away, his fate unknown. The difference in strength between the two was too great, and Yuan Fei was no match for Zhou Dian at all. The pure white world also emitted cracking sounds, and in less than 2 breaths of time, it had already shattered. Bai Lu's figure reappeared, but the light radiating from her body was extremely dim. Zhou Dian turned into a streak of light and flew over the two's heads, not even sparing them a glance as he chased after Yang Kai. He runs so fast. Zhou Jian couldn't help but be surprised as he looked at the figure in the distance. He originally thought that with a master like himself taking action, capturing Yang Kai would be a piece of cake, but when he really tried, he discovered that this boy from the third-order Dao Source Realm actually knew a mysterious secret technique. When this secret technique was used, it completely ignored the obstruction of space and rapidly moved from one place to the next. In the little bit of time he was delayed by Yuan Fei and Bai Lu, Yang Kai had almost escaped the range of his divine sense. "Interesting." Zhou Dian snorted coldly. His speed, which was already as fast as lightning, suddenly increased by several notches. On the other side, Lin Yan, who came with Zhou Dian, saw that the situation was bad and took advantage of the fact that no one had recovered to quietly escape from Heavenly Monster Valley. In Heavenly Monster Mountain, Yang Kai was running for his life, using his space secret technique from time to time to hide his aura. He didn't dare to run in a straight line and constantly change directions in an attempt to escape from Zhou Dian. However, all his efforts were in vain. No matter how he moved, there was always a powerful divine sense that locked onto him. It was just that he couldn't understand it when he was watching, but when he really faced it, Yang Kai deeply understood the terror of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. The huge gap in cultivation between him and Zhou Dian wasn't something the Space Divine technique could make up for. The distance between them was getting closer and closer, and for the first time, Yang Kai understood what despair was. The Space Divine technique couldn't get rid of the other party, and he didn't know how to resolve this crisis. His soul-devouring insects probably wouldn't work, because Iquan had said that they weren't strong enough. Iquan had even suppressed them before. Zhoujian and Iquan were masters of the same level, so what Iquan could do, Zhoujian could do as well. The soul-splitting saber might have some hope, but it wasn't very likely. After all, Yang Kai hadn't refined it and couldn't display its full power. The reason why he was able to successfully sneak attack Banqing was that Banqing wasn't strong enough, and Yang Kai had caught him off guard. After thinking about it, Yang Kai found that he had no countermeasures left. It seemed that he could only wait to be captured. And just as he was thinking, Zhou Dian was only 30 kilometers away from him. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a powerful force coming from behind him. He hastily turned his head to look, and in the next moment, his face turned ashen, because he found that Zhou Dian had directly thrown the sky piercer in his hand at him. Although he didn't know what mysteries this attack had, Yang Kai still tried his best to dodge. Chapter 22:32. Asterisk Shou Xiu Xiu. Asterisk Yang Kai's figure fluttered left and right in an extremely nimble manner. Under the effect of the Space Divine technique, he was constantly teleporting, but he still couldn't get rid of the flying halberd. The halberd followed him like a shadow, constantly closing the distance between it and Yang Kai. At this critical moment, Yang Kai couldn't care too much. Pure spiritual energy burst out of his body and turned into a violent attack to meet the halberd head-on, trying to stop it. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang. Yang Kai's body shook and his face instantly dimmed. But the halberd remained motionless and continued to descend. Kai Yang's all-out attack was unable to stop it in the slightest. In the next moment, the halberd landed not too far away from Yang Kai. Half of the halberd's body had sunk into the ground, and at the same time, a clearly discernible ripple spread out from the point of impact. In just a breath's time, the area within a 10-kilometer radius was bound and imprisoned by an invisible force. This force was so strong and overbearing that Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a sense of despair that he couldn't resist. He wanted to use his space force to teleport again, but he helplessly found that under the influence of this mysterious force, he couldn't move. Even his thoughts had become slow. In his field of vision, Zhou Dian's tall and sturdy figure slowly walked over, his face as cold as ice. After a short while, he arrived in front of Yang Kai and looked down at him contemptuously, coldly snorting, "Boy, you have some skill, but that's all you have." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger. A burst of energy flew out from his fingertip and entered Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's body stiffened. In an instant, he felt that his strength had been completely sealed, and he couldn't use it at all. "It's over." Yang Kai's face was ashen. Although he knew that he probably couldn't escape under the nose of a third-order Emperor Realm Master, after being captured, Yang Kai realized how insignificant he was. If it weren't for the Space Divine technique, he probably wouldn't have been able to struggle. A third-order Emperor Realm Master wasn't someone he could compete with right now. Zhou Dian waved his hand, and the halberd stuck in the ground flew back to his hand and was immediately sucked into his body. The Divine Ascension country's National Guardian General turned his head again and glanced in the direction of Heavenly Monster Valley. His expression fluctuated. After a while, he sighed heavily and lifted Yang Kai with endless regret. He flew out of Heavenly Monster Mountain. He understood that since the king had personally taken action, Iquan didn't have a chance. Even as someone who had been following him for many years, he couldn't understand. If possible, Zhou Jian naturally hoped that he would be the one to defeat Iquan. But this time, he obviously didn't expect Yang. There was Yang was Yang Kai's. What kind of secret did Yang Kai have that caused the king to leave the palace and personally take action? No matter how he looked at it, Yang Kai was just a cultivator in the third-order Dao Source realm. There wasn't anything special about him. If he had to say something, it would be that this boy's escape secret technique was amazing. If he hadn't chased after Yang Kai, and had called Lien Yin over, Yang Kai might have really escaped. Boy, do you know why the king is looking for you? Zhou Dian suddenly asked. Yang Kai was depressed. Hearing this, he replied angrily, shouldn't I be the one asking you that? He hadn't even finished speaking when his entire body stiffened while he revealed an expression of pain, because Zhou Dian had actually secretly attacked him, and the pain he felt from his soul was simply heart-wrenching. Realizing that he was under someone else's roof, Yang Kai didn't dare to be too arrogant and could only say, Senior, did you catch the wrong person? I heard that you were looking for some kind of star of calamity. Look carefully. Do I look like one? This general is only responsible for catching people. Everything else has nothing to do with me. Zhou Jian replied indifferently. After a pause, he continued, let me ask you, where is Ban Qing? You met him before, right? Why can't I see him? Ban Qing? You mean that short, sneaky guy? Yang Kai pretended to be confused and casually said, he was killed by a demonic beast race master. Hearing this, Zhou Dian's eyes flashed coldly and his murderous intent almost solidified, causing Yang Kai to shiver. But soon, he restrained his murderous intent and coldly snorted, this debt will be settled sooner or later. He didn't ask Yang Kai too much, nor did he suspect that Ban Qing had died at Yang Kai's hands because he felt that this was impossible. Only a demonic beast race master had the ability to kill Ban Qing. Half an hour later, Zhou Jian brought Yang Kai back to where they had been previously stationed. At this moment, almost all of the human race masters who had followed Zhou Dian into Heavenly Monster Mountain were gathered here. Yuan, Yuan Qing, and even Lien Yin, who had escaped from Heavenly Monster Valley, were all here, but Ban Qing was nowhere to be seen. Beside these people, there was a group of dispirited people who had been captured with helpless expressions on their faces. Seeing Zhou Dian return, everyone hurriedly came forward to salute him. Take everyone back to the palace. At Zhou Dian's command, everyone responded in unison. As he spoke, he had already casually tossed Yang Kai into the group of people who had been captured. Chen Muji discreetly helped Yang Kai up so that he wouldn't fall to the ground, then nodded slightly at him. Yang Kai looked around and immediately saw his fellow sufferers. When their eyes met, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. None of them had expected that after just 1 month of training in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, they would be captured by a native cultivator. The group moved very quickly. 10 breaths after Zhou Dian gave the order, they had already set off in the direction of Divine Ascension City. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't dare to exchange information with the others, so he could only remain silent. Even now, he still didn't know why he and the others had been captured, nor did he know what the Star of Calamity Ban Qing had mentioned was, however. It was obvious that this matter was very important. Otherwise, there would be no need to mobilize so many masters, including Zhou Dian and that devil-masked human king. Yang Kai faintly felt as if he had fallen into a giant whirlpool. It seemed as if he couldn't escape. One day later, Heavenly Monster Valley. Yi Quan sat cross-legged on the ground. He circulated his qi and adjusted his breathing, a divine light flickering on his face. Many demonic beast race masters looked at him worriedly and spread out in all directions. Yesterday, Yi Quan had fought a great battle with Zhou Dian, then fought with that devil-masked human, so he had expended a lot of energy. Coupled with the fact that Zhou Dian had injured him when he was ambushed by the devil-masked human, he had suffered even more injuries in the final battle. If not for the devil-masked human not being strong enough to crush Yi Quan, the master of Heavenly Monster Mountain would have already lost his life, and Heavenly Monster Valley would no longer exist. Fortunately, the devil-masked human's purpose this time seemed to be to capture someone and not to eradicate Heavenly Monster Valley, so after fighting with Yi Quan, he took the initiative to retreat. Even so, Yi Quan's injuries were not something that could be healed in a short time. Just as he was silently adjusting his breathing, Bai Lu's tender voice suddenly rang out in his ears, "Who is it?" Yi Quan abruptly opened his eyes and stared ahead, his eyes overflowing with light. In front of him, an old man with white hair and a white beard was strolling over. This old man didn't have the slightest energy fluctuation, as if he was an ordinary person who had never cultivated before. It was unknown where he came from, but after arriving here, he walked straight towards Yi Quan. The demonic beast race masters naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. At this moment, Iquan was at a critical juncture of healing and couldn't be disturbed in the slightest, regardless of whether this old man was friend or foe. They couldn't let him approach. So, after Bai Lu shouted those words, her figure flickered and she turned into a white streak of light that rushed towards the old man. But what shocked this First-Order Emperor Realm Master was that she was clearly rushing towards the old man. But when she revealed herself, she found that her path had inexplicably changed and she had fallen behind the old man. Asterisk Shio Shio Shio. Asterisk countless monster race masters responded and moved to block the old man's path. But none of them succeeded. All the masters who rushed towards the old man froze in place in a very short time, their eyes wide open, as if they had seen an extremely terrifying scene. They didn't see any signs of the old man making a move, but all of them failed. The old man's pace was not fast, but in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Iquan and lowered his head to stare at him. "You." Iquan frowned and looked at the newcomer seriously with a suspicious look on his face. But in the next moment, his eyes flashed, as if he had thought of something, and he said in shock, "You are." The old man raised his hand slightly, stopping Iquan from speaking, and then placed his seemingly withered hand on Iquan's shoulder. A pure energy slowly poured into Iquan's body. Even someone as strong as Iquan couldn't help showing a satisfied look. Obviously, under the nourishment of this energy, the injuries in his body had been alleviated. After a short while, the old man withdrew his hand. Iquan was shocked to find that most of the injuries in his body had been healed, and the rest would only require the accumulation of time to recover without leaving any hidden dangers. He stood up and cupped his fists respectfully to the old man in front of him. "Junior, Iquan thanks Senior for his help." As soon as these words came out, there was complete silence inside and outside Heavenly Monster Valley. Countless monster race masters looked at Iquan in horror, almost unable to believe what they had just heard. In this world, Iquan could be said to be one of the most powerful and most senior people, but in front of this human race old man, he actually called himself Junior. What kind of seniority did this old man have? Who was this person? The monster race masters were completely dumbfounded. "Since you recognize this old master, you should know why this old master is here." The old man finally spoke and looked at Iquan seriously. "Where is it?" Iquan showed a look of shame and replied, "It was taken away." The old man raised his brow. "Who took it away? And where did they take it?" "Divine Ascension Country, Royal Palace." The old man nodded slightly. "It seems that I was still a step too late." "Fine. This old master will make another trip." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly blurred and faded, disappearing from this world in less than 3 breaths. Iquan stood in place with a look of awe and yearning, but soon, he couldn't help laughing out loud. His laughter rolled like thunder and spread throughout Heavenly Monster Valley, attracting the attention of countless monster race masters. Chapter 22:33. None of the monster race masters knew why Iquan was smiling so happily. In the end, Bai Lu stepped forward and asked softly, "Master, this old man, who is he?" Of course, she could tell that the old man was extraordinary, but she could not recall such a person in this world. Iquan looked in a certain direction and slowly said, 10,000 years ago, during the Holy War." Holy War. Bai Lu's tender body trembled as a terrifying light flashed across her beautiful eyes. She cried out involuntarily, "Could it be that this old man?" Iquan nodded lightly. "With this old man, young boy will definitely be safe." At this point, he frowned slightly, as if he was worried about something. Divine Ascension City, inside the palace. 3,000 meters underground, there was a heavenly prison. The environment inside was so bad that it was unbearable. Although this heavenly prison was a place to imprison prisoners, it was not very useful normally because no one dared to break the law in the entire Divine Ascension country. Once they did, they would be killed on the spot, so there was no need to use this prison. Therefore, the heavenly prison was only a symbolic existence. Many people did not even know if it was just a rumor or not. At this moment, Yang Kai and the others were imprisoned in the heavenly prison, looking at each other through the bars. The surrounding area was filled with the cries of grievances of the captured martial artists. None of the prison guards paid any attention to them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai and the others quietly exchanged the information they had. In fact, there was not much information. It was just that Zhou Dian had brought people into the heavenly monster mountains to capture the Star of Calamity. Basically, all the human race cultivator in the heavenly monster mountains had been captured. Yang Kai and the others naturally could not escape this calamity. Everyone thought that they were innocent bystanders who had been caught in the crossfire. Things had come to this point. Everyone could only place all their hopes on Gao Shueting. This time, Gao Shueting was the one leading the team into the Divine Ascension world, but she left alone after sending everyone into the heavenly monster mountains. No one knew what she was doing. If she could get the news, she would definitely find a way to rescue them. However, with her First Order Emperor Realm strength, she might not be able to do so. Yang Kai could only hope that she had a way to contact Wen Zishan outside. If Temple Master Wen personally entered the Divine Ascension world, perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Just as he was thinking about this, a series of footsteps suddenly came from outside the prison cell. At the same time, a wave of pressure from the Emperor Realm descended from the sky. In an instant, everyone kept quiet out of fear. The sound of footsteps continued to move deeper into the prison. When it reached a certain location, it stopped and pointed at the cultivator locked up in the cell. "The king has ordered you to bring him out." Listen to the sound. It seemed to belong to Deputy Commander Yuman. "Yes, sir." The prison guard quickly opened the door of the cell. Yang Kai and the others all paled. The person Yuman was referring to was none other than Xia Sheng, the chief disciple of Azure Sun Temple. Soon, Xia Sheng's side was filled with shouts. He seemed to be struggling, but after being taught a lesson by the prison guard, he gave up. Xia Sheng had no choice but to behave. He obediently accepted his fate. After a while, Yuman took Xia Sheng away. Although Yang Kai and the others wanted to help, there was nothing they could do. They could only secretly pray that Xia Sheng would be blessed by the heavens. After waiting anxiously for less than a quarter of an hour, the sound of footsteps came from outside again. Kai Yang hurriedly looked outside, and what he saw caused his face to sink. He saw that Xia Sheng's eyes were dull and his body was trembling and spasming, as if he had suffered great damage. Under the lead of the prison guard, he returned to his cell like a walking corpse. No one knew what had happened to him that caused him to be in such a miserable state, but when they saw this scene, they naturally felt sorrow in their hearts. As for Murong Xiao Xiao, her heart was filled with sorrow, and she began to cry. She did not dare to call out to Xia Sheng and could only cry silently. Yuman also returned. He stood at a certain spot and looked around. Then, he pointed and said, "This?" Xiao Baiyi's face suddenly changed. Because the person Yuman was pointing at was actually him, the prison guard opened the cell door again and took Xiao Baiyi away. After they left, Yang Kai hurriedly looked at Xia Sheng and whispered to him, but Xia Sheng seemed to have lost his soul at the moment and did not respond. "Junior brother Yang, brother Xia, will something happen to him?" Murong Xiao Xiao asked worriedly. Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't know, but looking at brother Xia, he doesn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries. Perhaps his soul is just a little unstable, and he will be fine after some rest." At this moment, he was more curious about what happened to Xia Sheng that caused him to become like this. If the power in his body was not imprisoned, he could release his divine sense to investigate carefully and maybe find some clues. Unfortunately, he could not use any of his power now and could only rely on his own observations to speculate. He casually comforted Murong Xiao Xiao with a few words, but deep down he was anxious. Looking around and seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Yang Kai quickly ran to a dark corner and sat down cross-legged. He tried his best to calm his mind and adjust his divine sense. The seal in his body was personally issued by Zhou Dian, so it was impossible to rely on his own ability to break it, unless a master like Zhou Dian took action. However, Yang Kai had the soul-devouring insects. The power of the seal was also a kind of spiritual energy, so it was still suppressed by the soul-devouring insects. As long as he could mobilize the soul-devouring insects, he had hope of breaking the seal and restoring his strength. As for what to do next, He could only take it one step at a time. Time passed slowly. While Yang Kai was trying to use the soul-devouring insects to break the seal, Chen Muji and Murong Xiaoxiao were taken out one by one. Without exception, their situation was the same as Xiaoshang and Xiaobai. Yang Kai did not know what happened, but after returning, they were in a trance and their eyes were dull. They did not respond to the calls of others at all. Obviously, their souls were greatly shaken and they could no longer maintain a clear mind. Kaiyang gradually realized that something wasn't quite right. This time, the number of cultivator captured by Zhou Dian and the others from Heavenly Monster Mountain was as many as 70 to 80. Among these cultivators' cultivations, there were different levels of strength. However, the others were all fine. On the other hand, the people from Azure Sun Temple were all taken out. This was obviously not a coincidence. It was some kind of targeting. Was there any difference between him and the other cultivator who had entered the Divine Ascension Mirror world from the outside? Yang Kai could not help but suspect this. Otherwise, how could he explain why everyone else was fine while Xia Shang and the others suffered? However, no matter how he thought about it, he could not figure it out. Just as he was about to break the seal, Yuman suddenly came to his cell and pointed at him with a smile. "Take him away." Just like the previous situation, the prison guard opened the door and carried Yang Kai out of the prison. Following closely behind Yuman, Yang Kai remained silent the entire way, only constantly observing the situation around him. This place should be the Divine Ascension Country's palace. The interior of the palace was extremely luxurious, but it looked very quiet, as if there were not many people living here. Yuman led Yang Kai around the palace and soon arrived in front of a large hall. They walked here. Yuman stopped and turned around to look coldly at Yang Kai. "Go in by yourself? His Majesty is inside." Yang Kai nodded and showed no intention of resisting. He stepped forward. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around to look at Yuman. He asked, "Big sister, who are you calling big sister?" Yuman smiled charmingly. The prison guard stood next to her and did not dare to look at her, as if he was afraid that his soul would be taken away if he did. Yang Kai also showed an infatuated expression, his eyes shining with a terrifying light. He did not do this on purpose, but because his strength was sealed, he was affected by Yuman's charm technique. However, Yuman did not dare to continue like this. His Majesty was waiting inside, so if she delayed this important matter, she would not be able to bear the consequences. So, in the next moment, Yuman withdrew her charms. Yang Kai shuddered and came back to his senses, cursing in his heart. If he had not been sealed, he would not have been so easily tempted. He continued, "This little brother wants to ask, big sister, why did you only bring those people here? What is different about them from the others?" Yuman curled her lips and said, "I am just following orders." "His Majesty's orders?" Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. "Boy, you talk too much." Yuman's face suddenly turned cold, her expression changing faster than flipping a book. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Just asking." "Hurry up and go in." Yuman shouted. "Yes, yes." Yang Kai responded and stepped forward again. Not long after, he came to the front of the hall and pushed open the door. As soon as he entered the hall, Yang Kai felt a delicate fragrance hit him in the face. When the fragrance entered his nose, he felt light as if he was floating in the clouds. Looking around, Yang Kai could not help feeling surprised, because this hall looked no different from a woman's boudoir. The decorations here gave off a feminine charm, with pink curtains and light red carpets, giving off an elegant and noble aura. At the same time as he entered the hall, a pair of bright eyes stared at him from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in that direction. A dozen steps away from him, there was a pink gauze curtain, faintly revealing the scenery inside. Behind the curtain, there was a lazy figure reclining on a bench, and the bright eyes came from this lazy figure. A powerful divine sense swept towards Yang Kai, as if wanting to penetrate his soul avatar and unearth the deepest secrets buried inside. Yang Kai raised his brow and frowned for a moment before calling out, "That masked man?" He suddenly discovered that the aura fluctuations coming from the person behind the curtain were exactly the same as the one he had sensed in Heavenly Monster Valley. This person was obviously the master who had attacked Yi Quan. Yang Kai never expected that this person would be a woman. Although he could not see her face clearly, with such an enchanting figure, her appearance was definitely not bad, not to mention her earth-shattering strength. Chapter 22:34. Ghost Face Man. While Yang Kai was still in shock, a soft and pleasant voice came from behind the pink curtain. This voice seemed to be able to penetrate one's soul and set off invisible ripples, causing Yang Kai's mind to become unsteady for a long time. Yang Kai quickly took a deep breath and calmed his soul. If you call this queen that, it's not unreasonable. The woman behind the curtain continued speaking, her tone neither too fast nor too slow. Could it be that Senior is the ruler of this divine ascension country? Yang Kai frowned. Indeed, the woman admitted frankly, but no one has ever known this queen's true face, not even Zhou Dian. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this, but soon, a bad premonition arose in the depths of his heart. Although her words didn't reveal any important information, it gave Yang Kai a very bad feeling. It was as if she had exposed a big secret of hers in front of Yang Kai, and Yang Kai had to pay a price for it. Yang Kai couldn't help smiling awkwardly and said, "Junior is honored. But why does Senior want to treat me so well?" As he spoke, his mind was racing, but he couldn't think of any key points. Because this queen must. The languid figure on the couch finally got up slowly, sat up straight, and gently beckoned to Yang Kai through the curtain. "Come here." Yang Kai frowned, his eyes filled with a cold light as he said lightly, "Junior can't refuse, can he?" "You can try." Yang Kai couldn't help curling his lips and could only slowly walk forward. As he walked forward, he clearly sensed that the woman's soul fluctuated unstably for a moment. It was as if she was looking forward to something, longing for something. This kind of expectation and longing almost made it impossible for such a master to stabilize their soul. Yang Kai wasn't naive enough to think that the other party had taken a fancy to him. If that was the case, the other party didn't need to go through so much trouble. With the strength she had shown before, she could have easily forced him to submit to her. Since she hadn't taken a fancy to him, she must have taken a fancy to something on him. Considering this, Yang Kai was startled. He arrived in front of the curtain. Yang Kai took a deep breath, raised his hand, and looked inside. Not far away, the woman's appearance was instantly imprinted in his eyes. Yang Kai couldn't help but become a little absent-minded. His opponent's appearance was truly devastatingly beautiful, capable of toppling cities and overturning all living things. There was almost no flaw to be found. She was so perfect that it didn't seem to belong to this world. But the moment Kai Yang saw this woman, he didn't know why, but he had a strange feeling. He seemed to recognize this woman. It was as if he had seen her somewhere before. Carefully recalling the faces of all the experts from the Emperor realm that he had encountered, Yang Kai found that there was no one to compare them to. Deep in his heart, he was puzzled. When their eyes met, the woman's beautiful eyes burst out with a terrifying light. The light almost materialized and enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai froze on the spot. He felt as if he was about to fall into an abyss. There was no end. He hurriedly exclaimed in shock, "Senior." The woman didn't pay any attention to him and instead said excitedly, "You are the last person left. As expected, that thing must be in your possession. If I can obtain that treasure, this queen can refine this world and truly become the master of this world. Cooperate obediently, and this queen may spare your life and guarantee you a lifetime of glory and wealth. If you dare to resist, I'll make you wish you were dead." When she said the last sentence, the woman's originally beautiful face became extremely ferocious. Her tone was also extremely eerie, as if she had gone mad. Yang Kai listened with a blank face. He had no idea what kind of treasure the woman was talking about was used to refine this world by the last person she was talking about. He wanted to resist, but under the influence of the woman's soul secret technique, he was powerless to even think, let alone fight. The woman stood up and arrived in front of Yang Kai in a flash. She stretched out a jade finger and tapped Yang Kai's forehead. In the next moment, a pure spiritual energy entered Yang Kai's body through her finger. Yang Kai trembled and his eyes suddenly became dull. At the same time, his whole body convulsed and trembled as if he was suffering unbearable torture. His consciousness was sinking and his thoughts were in chaos. This was a normal reaction when one's soul was disturbed. Yang Kai finally understood why Xiaoshang and the others became like that after being brought back. They had obviously encountered the same thing as him. Under the powerful soul attack of a third-order Emperor Realm Master, how could a Dao Source Realm cultivator maintain their sense of self? The fact that their souls were not scattered was proof of their strength. The woman continued to cast her secret technique, as if she was searching for something in Yang Kai's body. Her expression kept changing, but Yang Kai's mind was in a daze, as if he was half awake. While he was in a daze, he heard the woman exclaim in admiration, "What a pure spiritual energy! Little brat, you're really different from the masses. You actually possess such powerful spiritual energy with just a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivation. In time, you'll definitely become a great talent." After a short while, the woman suddenly laughed wildly. "Found it! Ha 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 ha! It really is the soul-warming lotus. It really is the soul-warming lotus. This queen was right, and it has reached the seven-colored realm, so it can bear the needs of the realm soul. Wen Zishan, when this queen refines this world, I will not let you off easily." As soon as she finished speaking, an extremely ruthless look bloomed in her beautiful eyes. Her delicate body turned into a stream of light and shot directly into Yang Kai's forehead, entering Yang Kai's soul avatar as if it was nothing. If this scene was seen by others, they would probably be greatly shocked because such a method was extremely dangerous. It was impossible for two different souls to merge easily, and the slightest carelessness would lead to the destruction of one's soul, unless one had an extremely strong ability to control one's soul. Otherwise, even if one succeeded, they might be contaminated by the other's thoughts and lose themselves. But the woman obviously had a strong ability to control her soul, so she was not worried that Yang Kai's thoughts would contaminate her soul. She shot into Yang Kai's soul avatar and went straight to the seven-colored soul-warming lotus. In an instant, she landed in the center of the soul-warming lotus. Pure energy enveloped her from all directions, and that kind of gentle feeling made her involuntarily moan. The soul-warming lotus was a treasure that nourished the soul between heaven and earth. There was no other treasure that could compare to it. Even in the entire star boundary, it was a treasure that could only be found but not sought. Although the soul-warming lotus was recorded in ancient books, it had only appeared 2 or 3 times in the past tens of millions of years. If it were not for a coincidence, the woman would not have known that Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus. She laughed happily, as if she saw a broad road stretching out in front of her. However, just as she was about to refine the soul-warming lotus, a 7-colored light suddenly bloomed from the treasure, forming a layer of 7-colored halo. The halo seemed to have an unstoppable force of heaven and earth, and it collided with the woman's soul avatar, causing her face to darken. Her expression changed drastically as she shouted again and again, trying to resist the repulsion from the soul-warming lotus. But before she could do anything, a strange buzzing sound suddenly entered her ears. The woman was startled and looked up, only to see a dense swarm of tiny insects in front of her. They had gathered into a swarm of insects and were flying towards her like a swarm of locusts. Soul-devouring insects. The woman's expression changed drastically as she cried out, "How can there be soul-devouring insects?" The next moment, she suddenly recovered and shouted in disbelief, "Boy, you actually raised soul-devouring insects on the soul-warming lotus? You're crazy, you're crazy." Asterisk Hong Hong. Asterisk as soon as these words fell, the 7-colored halo of the soul-warming lotus rushed over again, and even someone as strong as the woman had no choice but to retreat. She was simply unable to resist because this was the repulsion from the treasure itself, a counterattack to any aura other than its owner. The light on the woman's body dimmed again, and seeing more halos rushing towards her and the soul-devouring insect swarm, she shouted in exasperation and had no choice but to retreat for the time being. Inside the room, a light flashed and the woman's figure reappeared, but compared to her previous calmness, she was now in a slightly difficult situation. Before she could regain her footing, a chill suddenly fell from the sky and slammed towards her. This chill was so strong that it actually made her feel slightly threatened. The woman was shocked, and her tender body shook as an invisible force burst out like a tsunami, radiating in all directions. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai's figure was sent flying. Asterisk Wong Wong Wong. Asterisk the soul-devouring insect swarm flew out from Yang Kai's body and enveloped the woman. For the soul-devouring insects, a powerful soul like this woman was the most delicious meal in the world. So, even without Yang Kai's deliberate command, the soul-devouring insects swarmed towards the woman like they had gone crazy. In an instant, she was completely surrounded by 3 layers of insects, leaving no room for escape. Seeing this, the woman did not dare to be careless. With a shake of her tender body, she formed a layer of protection on the surface of her body, preventing the soul-devouring insects from hurting her soul source. The soul-devouring insects were the nemesis of all souls, so even if the woman had a powerful cultivation, she could not kill them. At most, she could only suppress them and guard against their attacks. However, this was not a long-term solution. The protection she formed on the surface of her body was also condensed from her spiritual energy, and the soul-devouring insects gnawed on it for a while, weakening it greatly. The woman had no choice but to continue urging her strength to maintain this layer of protection. She turned her head again and looked gloomily at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes fixed on the long saber in Yang Kai's hand. Slightly moved, she exclaimed in shock, "An Emperor artifact! And it's actually a Soul Emperor artifact." The chill she felt before, and the attack that could threaten her, obviously came from this Emperor artifact. Only an artifact of this grade could achieve this. She could not help but sneer coldly as she looked at Yang Kai and said, "Boy, you have some skill. Not to mention the help of these strange treasures. You were actually able to undo the seal and restore your strength right under this queen's nose. That alone is enough to make this queen look at you in a new light." Chapter 22:35. Hehehe. Yang Kai struggled to stand up and pointed the soul-splitting blade at the woman from afar. The corners of his mouth rose into a subtle smile as he said, "This junior is truly honored to receive such praise from Granny." The woman's expression changed slightly as she said coldly, "What did you say?" Yang Kai shook his head and sneered, "Are you still going to play dumb at a time like this? Do you really need this junior to point out your identity? Granny you." As soon as the 3 words "Granny you" came out of his mouth, the woman's expression suddenly became as cold as ice. Yang Kai continued, "This junior was also a little confused at first. I didn't know where I had seen you before, but I kept feeling that your appearance was a little familiar, but no matter how I thought about it, I couldn't figure it out. Then when did you remember?" The woman didn't seem to have any intention of denying Yang Kai's guess, and instead asked with great interest. She also ignored the soul-devouring insects that had gathered around her body. "I just connected the past and the future." Yang Kai grinned. "There are so many people locked up in the heavenly prison. So why did you only see the cultivator from Azure Sun Temple? There's obviously a special reason. Either you know all these people, or there's something different about them compared to the local cultivator. Everyone's souls are condensed, so there's naturally not much difference. In other words, the reason you only saw them is because you know them and want to find something from them. As for what you're looking for, it's probably the soul-warming lotus. Earlier, you even said Temple Master Wen's name and acted like you had an irreconcilable hatred for him. That ferocious expression of yours at that moment?" Yang Kai smiled faintly. "I can't help but think of a lot of things." It was also when he heard the other party call out Wen Zishan's name in his hazy state. Only then did he suddenly understand. The woman in front of him was Granny Yu, who was guarding the Divine Ascension Mirror, which was why he found her familiar at first glance. Since Granny Yu guarded the Divine Ascension Mirror all year round, she could naturally enter and exit it freely. It was just that Granny Yu was old while the woman in front of him was as beautiful as a flower. So Yang Kai didn't connect the two at first. "So you recognize this consort?" Yang Kai sneered. "An old woman came here and transformed into a stunning beauty. You have the nerve to call yourself this queen?" Granny Yu sneered. "Are you trying to provoke me? If so, then your method is too childish." Yang Kai couldn't help curling his lips when he saw that his scheme had been seen through. Yang Kai knew very well that facing a master like Grandma Yu, If they were outside, he might still have a chance of survival. But in this divine ascension world, Grandma Yu's strength would be greatly enhanced, so he had no hope of winning or even escaping. He could only hope that the other party would make a mistake in her rage. That was why he had been so sharp-tongued. Who would have thought that the other party would see through him with a single glance? At least this kid has some brains. Grandma Yu nodded slightly at Yang Kai and praised, "If I'm not wrong, you used these soul-devouring insects to break the seal in your body, right? So what if I am?" Yang Kai's attitude suddenly became arrogant, and he pointed his soul-severing saber at Granny Yu from afar. He said, "Old woman, you'd better be sensible. Since you recognize these soul-devouring insects, you naturally know how powerful they are. Obediently let this uncle out, otherwise, this uncle will order them to devour you until not even your bones remain." He said it as if he could really kill Granny Yu here. Humph. If they were to grow for a few decades or 100 years, this queen might be a little afraid. But with these soul-devouring insects of yours? Granny Yu sneered disdainfully, and with a shake of her delicate body, she sent the soul-devouring insects surrounding her flying. Many of the soul-devouring insects were shaken to the point of dizziness. They flew around like headless flies, but they soon recovered and surrounded Granny Yu again. "Since we've come to this point, then this consort will be frank with you." Granny Yu ignored the soul-devouring insects outside her body and said to Yang Kai, "Obediently erase the mark on the soul-warming lotus and give this treasure to this queen. This queen will definitely not treat you unfairly." "Why should I?" Yang Kai said angrily. "What do you think?" Granny Yu sneered. Yang Kai had a helpless expression on his face and hesitated for a while before saying, "Let's not talk about this for now. Before that, I want to ask you something." "What is it?" "Granny, how did you know that I have the soul-warming lotus? I hid it very well, and no one has ever known about it." Granny Yu frowned and said, "There's no harm in telling you. This queen has guarded the divine ascension mirror for more than 2,000 years, and although this treasure has not recognized me as its master, this queen has done some research on it. When your soul avatars passed through the divine ascension mirror and entered this place, this queen was able to pry into the situation inside your bodies. It was at that time that this queen caught a glimpse and discovered something. But you didn't dare to confirm it, right? That's why you didn't know if you were mistaken, and you didn't know who had the soul-warming lotus. You also knew that we would head to Heavenly Monster Mountain to train after entering the Divine Ascension Mirror, so you ordered Zhou Dian to lead people to Heavenly Monster Mountain to capture the so-called Star of Calamity. After capturing us, you checked us one by one." Yang Kai continued to speculate. "That's right. However, this queen thought that the soul-warming lotus was with that brat Xiaoshang, or at the very least with Xiao Baiyi. I never expected that it would be with you, the weakest among us. This queen is truly surprised." Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. He finally understood why Xiaoshang and the others were the only ones who had been brought out of the heavenly prison despite so many people being imprisoned. He also understood what Granny Yu meant when she said he was the last person. She had checked Xiaoshang and the others but hadn't found anything, so of course he was the last person when it was her turn. "There's one more question," Yang Kai suddenly said. "Brat, you better not push your luck." Granny Yu's expression turned cold. Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully. "Granny, if you don't want to see my soul burial soul-warming lotus, you better not talk to me like that. Also, you're getting old, so don't get angry too often. It's bad for your health." His expression of extreme concern made Granny Yu furious, but there was nothing she could do. After glaring at Yang Kai for a while, Granny Yu said gloomily, "Brat, you better understand your situation." "I understand." Yang Kai gritted his teeth. "I hope Granny will cooperate. Otherwise, I'll really kill Soul Burial. Anyway, I won't have a good time after falling into your hands, so it's better for us to just go our separate ways." Granny Yu really didn't dare to be rough with him when he kept calling him Soul Burial. The soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. Over thousands of years, it would only appear once in a blue moon and be obtained by a lucky person. If the owner of the soul-warming lotus died, the soul-warming lotus would not disappear, but would instead absorb all of its former owner's spiritual energy and leave it in this world. waiting for the next fated person. When Yang Kai obtained the soul-warming lotus back then, it was only in its tricolor form. At the time, it had retained its former owner's spiritual energy, allowing Yang Kai to benefit greatly. Although the soul-warming lotus would not disappear with the death of its master, if a special method like Hunzong was used, the soul-warming lotus could be erased from existence by using the power of a cultivator's soul. Granny Yu was much stronger than Yang Kai. Even though Yang Kai had the soul-severing saber and the soul-devouring insects, if Granny Yu really wanted to attack Yang Kai, how was he supposed to avoid her? The reason why she did not act rashly was because she had her reservations. She was worried that Yang Kai would fight to the death with her in desperation and use soul burial to kill the soul-warming lotus. Previously, Yang Kai's strength had been sealed and his spiritual energy had been attacked by her. Yang Kai could not resist at all and could only let her do whatever she wanted. But now that Yang Kai had regained his freedom, he had the opportunity to use soul burial. Granny Yu stared deeply at Yang Kai for a long time before closing her eyes. When she opened them again, they were completely calm. This is the last question. Kid, you should know when to stop. Of course. Yang Kai grinned. Granny is cooperating with me, so this kid naturally won't mess around. That would be for the best. Granny Yu nodded. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he asked, Granny, what do you want this soul-warming lotus for? Granny Yu frowned and fell silent with a frosty expression. Yang Kai said, You definitely don't just want to nourish your spiritual energy. Granny, you said some things before, as if you can harm Temple Master if you obtain this soul-warming lotus. How about this? This kid will ask another question. At this moment, Yang Kai's eyes became extremely sharp as he stared straight into Granny Yu's eyes, that so-called mirror soul. What is it? Why does it need the soul-warming lotus to bear it? As soon as he said this, ruthless look immediately appeared on Granny Yu's pretty face as killing intent faintly seeped out. Granny, we had an agreement. You're going back on your word. If you do this, this kid will also go back on his word. You can't blame me for being unjust. Don't cry your eyes out after I soul burial the soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai hurriedly urged when he saw that she did not answer. Granny Yu laughed in anger. You really dare to soul burial? If you really dare, you can try it. This queen will wait and see. She suddenly assumed a posture of watching a good show. Yang Kai could not help rubbing his nose and shaking his head. In any case, Granny, don't force me. If you force me, I'll soul burial. Little brat. Granny Yu was in a bad mood and cursed angrily. For a master like her to be threatened by Yang Kai, her mood was naturally not good. After a long silence, she gritted her teeth and said, Boy, you should know that in this world, there are some artifacts that, by chance, give birth to their own wills over the years. These special wills are called artifact spirits. When Yang Kai heard that she was going to explain, he immediately perked up and listened attentively, nodding. Of course I know this. Lu Yin was an artifact spirit, so Yang Kai naturally had a deep understanding of this. Artifacts with artifact spirits often have great power and are much stronger than those without artifact spirits. There are hundreds of millions of artifacts in the world, but there are not many that can give birth to artifact spirits. Artifact spirits are also extremely rare. Chapter 22:36. The birth of an artifact spirit is based on the luck of heaven and earth and is more of a coincidence. It doesn't have much to do with the grade of the artifact itself. Of course, some people say that the higher the grade of the artifact, the higher the chance of an artifact spirit being born. This may be true. After all, it takes a very long time for an artifact spirit to be born, perhaps thousands or even tens of thousands of years. If the grade of the artifact is too low, it won't be able to be preserved for that long. Grandma Yu continued. Yang Kai didn't say a word as he listened quietly. And this divine ascension mirror has its own artifact spirit. Grandma Yu stared deeply at Yang Kai when she said this. Is this the mirror soul you speak of? Yang Kai raised his brow. That's right. Grandma Yu nodded lightly. Ever since this queen discovered this divine ascension mirror, this queen has studied it for thousands of years, but has never been able to refine it for her own use. That was until one day, when I coincidentally sensed the will of this world, and that was the mirror soul. Without subduing the mirror soul, there is no way to refine this world. But how could subduing the mirror soul be so easy? That's the world force of this world, and even a soul avatar of this queen's cultivation isn't enough to bear its will. If I forcefully tried to subdue it, my soul would be destroyed. The strength of that will, perhaps even a cultivator on the level of great emperors wouldn't be able to contain it. Yongkai couldn't help but be moved as he exclaimed in shock. So you thought of using something else as a medium to bear the will of this world? Grandma, you coldly snorted. Is there any other method besides this? And the requirements for this method are far too harsh. In this world, how many divine artifacts can achieve this? After saying this, she suddenly looked towards Yongkai with a fiery gaze. She continued, and the soul-warming lotus you possess is one of those. This is one of them. So that's how it is. Yongkai nodded, suddenly enlightened. As long as this queen can obtain the soul-warming lotus, this queen can use this treasure as a medium to fuse with the mirror soul of the divine ascension mirror and completely refine this world. At that time, this queen's soul will be able to reach the level of great emperors. A mere one Zishan. She sneered and shouted, what does he amount to? Granny, you have such a deep resentment towards Temple Master One. Yongkai sighed. Don't mention that bastard to me. Grandma, you suddenly became furious. If it weren't for him, this queen would have been able to study this divine ascension mirror in peace, and this precious treasure would have been mine. But 800 years ago, he suddenly came to the Azure Sun Mountain range. After defeating me, he actually wanted to get his hands on this treasure. I couldn't stand it. Is that so? Yongkai answered casually. Granny, you glanced at him, the anger on her face slowly receding. Her tone also began to soften as she said, Kid, I've already told you everything you need to know. It's time to hand over the soul-warming lotus to me. Don't worry, this queen only wants to deal with one Zishan. After this wish was fulfilled, you can do whatever you want. Then I'll have to thank Granny. Yongkai grinned and changed the topic. But this matter will be difficult to handle. Granny Yu's expression turned cold as she stared at Yongkai and said coldly, Kid, are you going to go back on your word? No. Yongkai denied. It's just that even if I wanted to, Temple Master One wouldn't agree. Don't you think so, Temple Master One? As he finished his last sentence, he suddenly shouted at the void beside him. What? Granny Yu's expression changed drastically when she saw this, and she looked around as she shouted. She cried out in alarm. One Zishan is here? She looked like a mouse that had seen a cat, as if she was extremely afraid of One Zishan. But in the next moment, she understood that she had fallen into a trap. There was no sign of One Zishan in that void. Instead, it was Yongkai who took advantage of the moment she panicked and lost her composure that Yongkai flew out. Damn you, kid. Granny Yu was furious, and her pretty face had turned completely ferocious. With a flicker of her tender body, she chased after Yongkai. Even though Yongkai had used his space secret technique, he could not get rid of Granny Yu's figure. As soon as he ran out of the palace, Granny Yu caught up and blocked his path. Granny Yu pointed a finger at Yongkai, and at the tip of her finger, an energy vortex surged, seemingly containing great power. Yongkai was shocked, and his expression changed drastically. But he still shouted without hesitation, Blossoming Lotus. As soon as he finished speaking, a white lotus bud suddenly bloomed around his body. Unlike when he used the Blossoming Lotus secret technique in the outside world, when he directly used this supreme soul-type artifact in his soul avatar, the lotus bud directly revealed itself, allowing Granny Yu to see it clearly. Soul-warming lotus. Granny Yu's face lit up with joy when she saw this, and her hand movements paused slightly. At this moment, the lotus bud shook slightly and suddenly disappeared, turning into a stream of light that shot into Granny Yu's body. Even someone as strong as Granny Yu could not help but groan, and her tender body swayed slightly. The next moment, her delicate face turned pale. This was because she sensed that the spiritual energy in her body was rapidly depleting, as if something in her body was devouring her spiritual energy. As her spiritual energy was depleting, The lotus bud quickly bloomed and emitted an enchanting fragrance. Yang Kai did not stop after his move succeeded, and with the soul-splitting saber in his hand, he viciously slashed at Granny Yu. Although Granny Yu was slightly affected by the blossoming lotus secret technique, she was not completely defenseless. She just raised her hand, and a sudden gust of wind blew Yang Kai's body from side to side. The difference in strength between them was too great, and even if Yang Kai used all his tricks, he still could not do anything to her. Yang Kai cursed and did not dare to stay any longer. Activating his space secret technique, his figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he fled out of the palace. Granny Yu's angry roar came from behind him. Inside the palace, everyone was silent. Zhou Dian, Yu Man, and Yuan Qing all looked towards the source of the sound, their faces filled with shock. After a short while, outside the palace, Yang Kai's figure moved like a meteor. He did not know what to do now, but he knew that once he was caught by Granny Yu again, he would not be as lucky as before. At that time, Granny Yu would definitely suppress him with absolute strength and forcibly take away the soul-warming lotus in his body. He could only take one step at a time. But just as he was pondering, an astonishing pressure spread out from behind him, pressing down on him like a mountain. Yang Kai staggered and almost fell down. Taking the time to look back, he saw Granny Yu chasing after him from a few dozen kilometers away. Her aura was fierce, and as she chased after him, she did not forget to threaten Yang Kai. "Boy, this queen will make you die a horrible death." How could Yang Kai care about her? He had already pushed his space principles to the limit and was busy running for his life. But with the difference in strength, this method of his could only prolong his last breath. Even Zhou Dian was able to capture him, let alone Granny Yu. Although both of them were third-order Emperor Realm Masters, Granny Yu had studied the Divine Ascension Mirror for thousands of years. Even if she could not refine it, she could still use some of its divine technique. In less than 30 breaths of time, Granny Yu's figure arrived. She grinned from afar and with a single thought, used a shocking method to lock down the space around Yang Kai, making it impossible for him to use his space force to teleport. This time, she obviously did not intend to waste any more words with Yang Kai. She directly flew over and stretched out her hand in an attempt to capture and suppress Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face turned green as he racked his brains, but he could not think of a good way to resolve the crisis in front of him. Hun Zhang's soul-warming lotus was probably not enough to make Granny Yu stop. This was only a last resort and a last resort. Yang Kai did not dare to use it until the very last moment. Seeing that he was about to be captured, Yang Kai was prepared to fight to the death once Granny Yu got close. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. However, from the west, a stream of light suddenly appeared and blocked Yang Kai's path. A beautiful figure with cold murderous intent. A beautiful face with a piercingly cold sword chi. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw this person's beautiful back. He called out in a low voice, "Elder Gao." This person was Gao Shueting, who had separated from them at the beginning. For some reason, she suddenly appeared and stood in front of Yang Kai at this critical moment. Yang Kai noticed that she was holding a long sword in her hand. The blade of this long sword was extremely sharp, and the aura it gave off was extraordinary. This was an Emperor artifact, soul-type artifact. But looking at the appearance of this Emperor artifact, it seemed to have just been refined. But soon, Yang Kai realized that something was wrong and shouted, "Elder Gao, you're no match for her. Run." Gao Shueting was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if she had entered the Divine Ascension Mirror world 4 times, and her spiritual energy was slightly stronger than her physical cultivation, she would still be no match for Granny Yu. She would be of no help here. Facing Yang Kai's shout, Gao Shueting was indifferent. She just stood there calmly and said calmly, "Don't be nervous." On the other side, Granny Yu also recognized Gao Shueting. Her expression changed slightly as she stopped and shouted, "Get lost." She didn't seem to dare to attack Gao Shueting, and her face was filled with fear. Gao Shueting ignored her and turned to look at Yang Kai, asking with concern, "Are you hurt?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I'm fine." "What about Xiaosheng and the others?" "They're all locked up in the heavenly prison, but Brother Xia and the other souls are a little shaken. Fortunately, their lives aren't in danger." That's good. Gao Shueting also let out a sigh of relief. Elder Gao, why are you here? Yang Kai looked at her in astonishment. I went to Heavenly Monster Mountain and wanted to secretly investigate your training, but I didn't expect to find out some information that I didn't want to hear, so I chased you all the way here. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Hearing this, a look of understanding appeared on Yang Kai's face. However, Gao Shueting had indeed arrived in time. If she had been a little later, he would have been captured by Granny Yu. Chapter 22:37. Outside the palace, on the plain, Gao Shueting was facing the Third Order Emperor Realm Grandma Yu with her First Order Emperor Realm cultivation, but she was fearless. She brushed her hair behind her ear and said calmly, "Grandma, how about we end this matter here?" Grandma Yu was slightly taken aback when she heard this, but she soon laughed out loud and shouted, "Little girl, who do you think you're talking to?" "Of course, I'm talking to you, Grandma." Gao Shueting was indifferent, her expression still cold. "If you agree to end this matter here, the temple master and master may be lenient and not make things difficult for you. But if you insist, Grandma, I've known you for hundreds of years, and although you're not a member of my temple, we still have some feelings for each other. There are some things that I don't want to go too far." "Are you threatening me?" Grandma Yu's expression turned fierce, and her voice became sharp. Gao Shueting shook her head. "Grandma is a senior, so Shueting doesn't dare to threaten you. It's just that Shueting is under the orders of the temple master to bring a few disciples into this divine ascension mirror to train, so I must ensure their safety. No one can hurt them, not even you, Grandma, not even you." "Ha ha ha." Grandma Yu laughed. "Little girl, you're not very strong, but you talk big. What do you think you can do to this queen with your abilities? If it weren't for the fact that you've been obedient all these years, do you think this queen would talk to you nicely? Does Grandma still remember when Shueting secretly brought you food when she was young?" Gao Shueting suddenly brought up the past. Grandma Yu's expression turned cold as she said coldly, "Why bring that up?" A look of reminiscence involuntarily flashed across her eyes, and her violent expression softened for a moment. Shueting sincerely hopes so. Grandma won't stop here. Gao Shueting sighed slightly. "Impossible." The coldness in Grandma Yu's eyes reappeared. She said coldly, "This queen has waited for so many years, and now there's finally a little hope. You want this queen to give up with just a few words? Dream on." Gao Shueting frowned. "I don't know what Grandma is waiting for or what you hope for, but, Grandma, do you have to do this? It's been 800 years, and although you haven't entered the temple, Shueting has long regarded you as a member of the temple. Shueting's elder, Shueting really, doesn't want to hurt you." "Cut the crap." Granny Yu also lost her patience and snapped. "You can either scram right now, or I will kill you. You can choose between the two." Hearing this, Yang Kai could not help but become nervous. Although Gao Shueting was also considered a powerhouse, Yang Kai estimated that she was definitely no match for someone like Granny Yu. If Gao Shueting was implicated because of him, he would feel guilty. Sigh. Gao Shueting suddenly sighed deeply. She stared at Grandma Yu and said, "Grandma, the temple master already knows that you've always held a grudge against him and that you still hold a grudge against him for that battle, but even so, he still allowed me to lead the team into the divine ascension mirror. I'm not worried that you'll be able to control my vital points. Why do you think this is?" As soon as he said this, Granny Yu's expression changed slightly, and she frowned in contemplation. Gao Shueting continued, "Over the years, many of the temple's disciples who entered the divine ascension mirror died because of you. But the temple master didn't hold you responsible and only tacitly agreed that it was a test for the disciples. First, it's because you didn't do it yourself. Even if you sent your subordinates, you only sent a cultivator whose strength was on par with theirs, so it was indeed a test for them. Second, the temple master felt guilty towards you. After all, you were the one who discovered the divine ascension mirror. Although he didn't take it by force, he did treat it as the temple's most precious asset and repeatedly sent the disciples into this place to train. One Zishan felt guilty towards this queen? Granny Yu suddenly sneered. How could someone like him, whose conscience has been eaten by dogs, feel like that? What a joke. Gao Shueting said indifferently, That's why the temple master instructed me not to use this method unless it was absolutely necessary. That's because he sincerely hoped that the divine ascension mirror would always be guarded by you. What method? Granny Yu's expression suddenly became tense as she stared at Gao Shueting with wide eyes. Gao Shueting didn't answer her, however. Instead, she quickly formed a seal with her hands and said, "Granny, don't worry. I've already informed the temple master of this matter through a secret technique. He should be waiting in the cave right now. When your soul returns, you can discuss it with him in detail." After saying this, she held her hands together and a circle of light bloomed between them. She gently pushed forward and the light shot straight towards Granny Yu. This light clearly didn't have any killing power, nor did it pose any threat. But Granny Yu's expression changed drastically when she saw this light and she cried out in fear, "No." As she spoke, she actually turned around and tried to flee. But even though she was fast, the light was even faster. In an instant, it hit her body and merged with her soul. In the next moment, an inexplicable force rose up and a vortex strangely appeared above Granny Yu's head. The vortex spun and emitted a powerful suction force that tried to suck Granny Yu away. Granny Yu naturally wasn't willing to sit still and wait for death. In her anger, she let out a hysterical roar and an extremely pure spiritual energy shot out towards Gao Shueting. Gao Shueting's expression changed drastically. Granny Yu's attack was obviously the full extent of her strength. It wasn't something Gao Shueting could resist, so her only option was to dodge. But just as she was about to dodge, a figure suddenly appeared in midair. This figure was an old man with a transcendent aura. His hair and beard were all white, and his entire appearance was ordinary. If he hadn't taken the initiative to appear, no one present would have noticed his existence. As soon as this old man appeared, he waved his sleeve. A gentle force spread out and dissolved Granny Yu's soul attack into nothingness. "You." Granny Yu's eyes widened as she stared at the old man. Her face was filled with disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. At that moment, the power from the vortex above her head finally couldn't be resisted and her body was sucked in as she let out an unwilling roar. Immediately after, the vortex disappeared, and so did Granny Yu's figure. Yang Kai's thoughts raced as he watched this scene. Granny Yu's body had probably been tampered with by Wan Zishan. Perhaps he had used some kind of secret technique on her, and he had taught Gao Shueting how to use this secret technique. Once this secret technique was used, Granny Yu's body would automatically suck in her soul. This was the reason for the current situation. After Granny Yu, who was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, was struck by this secret technique, she couldn't remain in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. Although this was only Yang Kai's guess, it should be pretty close to the truth. After all, only the physical body and the soul were inseparable, so the only thing that could attract Granny Yu's soul was her own physical body. While Yang Kai was speculating, Gao Shueting was looking at the old man who had suddenly appeared suspiciously. She released her divine sense, but when she came into contact with the old man, she was shocked to find that he didn't exist at all. In other words, her divine sense couldn't detect any trace of him. This discovery made Gao Shueting's expression turn solemn, because even if it was someone like Granny Yu or Wan Zishan, with her current cultivation, if she released her divine sense, she would still be able to detect some details about the other party. However, this was the first time she had encountered such a situation when facing this old man. There was only one explanation for this situation. This old man's cultivation was higher than both Granny Yu and Wan Zishan. The former two were already third-order Emperor Realm Masters, so existences higher than them had a special name in this world, Great Emperors. There was actually a Great Emperor in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. Wan Zishan had never told her about this, so perhaps even Wan Zishan didn't know about it. Gao Shueting was filled with respect and bowed. "Junior Gao Shueting greets Senior." And the old man nodded lightly. "Senior, are you with Granny Yu?" Gao Shueting asked again. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Gao Shueting with a strange expression, suddenly discovering that this frosty elder Gao actually had such a cute side to her. If this old man was with Granny Yu, he wouldn't have needed to help her just now. He would have already subdued her and wouldn't have given her a chance to use her secret technique. No, The old man slowly shook his head. Junior thanks Senior for saving my life. But Senior, Gao Shueting asked tentatively. Although she didn't feel the slightest hostility from this old man, she didn't dare to be careless in the slightest because of his divine transcendence cultivation. She was afraid that she would accidentally anger him. If that was the case, then even one Zishan wouldn't be able to save her. This old master came here. As the old man spoke, his gaze turned to Yang Kai and continued, For him? For me? Yang Kai's face was filled with astonishment. Gao Shueting's expression was also quite interesting. She turned to look at Yang Kai, wondering what was so special about him that the great emperors had come to see him. Because as far as she knew, this was the first time Yang Kai had entered the Divine Ascension Mirror, so he didn't even know about the existence of this unique treasure. It was impossible for the two of them to know each other before this. After calming herself down, Gao Shueting asked again, May I ask why Senior is looking for him? The old man smiled slightly and said with a kind expression, Don't worry, this old master won't make things difficult for him. I just want to take him with me for a few days and need his help with some matters. I will send him away from this place later. Gao Shueting raised her eyebrows and asked in surprise, Leave this place? What does Senior know? When the old man said, Leave this place, it was obvious that he had revealed some unusual information. The old man smiled and said, This old master can see some of the scenes in the outside world, so I know that you are not from this place. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. Iquan only knew that this was the Divine Ascension Mirror world because when Zishan told him about it after he was drunk, but this old man was able to see the outside world with his own abilities. This meant that this old man's strength had truly reached the level of the great emperors. Only someone with this level of strength could see through the power of this world and see through reality and illusion, allowing him to freely use his divine sense to investigate the situation in the outside world. Chapter 22:38. You don't have to worry about his safety. This old man won't hurt him. I just need his help for one thing, the old man patiently explained to Yin Xingting. The old man explained patiently to Gao Shueting. After that, he looked at the palace and said, Your disciples are still inside. Although their souls aren't too damaged, they were still shaken up. It's best to take them away from here as soon as possible so that they can recuperate. Thank you for your reminder, Senior, Gao Shueting quickly said. The old man nodded lightly, then turned his gaze to Yang Kai and said kindly, Little friend, come with me. After saying that, he waved his hand. Yang Kai immediately felt a gentle force wrap around him and involuntarily flew to the old man's side. Then, he followed behind the old man and quickly rushed in a certain direction. Gao Shueting opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but the old man and Yang Kai were nowhere to be seen. They had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Gao Shueting frowned slightly as she stared in the direction the two disappeared. She knew that with the old man's cultivation and strength, there was no need for him to lie to her. If the old man really had any hostility, he could crush her with just a finger. However, he had taken Yang Kai away so inexplicably, which made Gao Shueting feel a little uneasy. She didn't know what kind of power the old man wanted to borrow from Yang Kai, and what he wanted to do. After thinking for a while, she knew that she couldn't solve this problem. She didn't even have a way to track the old man's whereabouts. She could only go to the palace first and rescue Xiaoshang and the others. Then, she would use a secret technique to send a message to Wan Zishan, asking him to find a way to retrieve their soul avatars. They traveled as fast as lightning, and the wind whistled in their ears. The ground was moving backwards rapidly. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. The old man beside him. He was the first master at the level of great emperors he had ever encountered. Before this, he had only heard about the existence of the great emperors, but had never seen them with his own eyes. Of course, Yang Inflammation might be one of the great emperors, but it was only a possibility. However, even if Yang Inflammation was one of the great emperors, he wasn't very strong when he was with Yang Kai. Only when she returned to the star boundary would her cultivation gradually recover. He had never really seen the means of the great emperors. But today, he was able to fulfill his long-cherished wish. Granny Yu's third-order Emperor Realm trapped beast attack was like a light breeze in front of this old man, not even worth mentioning. At this moment, he was carrying Yang Kai, and he was actually dozens of times faster than Yang Kai using the Space Divine technique. Yang Kai couldn't even observe the scenery as he passed by. He was deeply shaken in the depths of his heart. Only now did he understand the height of the great emperors. It was simply not something an ordinary cultivator could reach. Along the way, Yang Kai remained silent. He didn't ask what the old man wanted him to do, because it was meaningless to ask at this moment. He would naturally know when the time came. The old man wasn't hostile, so he naturally didn't think about running away. He just silently sensed the emperor intent and emperor pressure emanating from the old man, using it to temper his own will. He didn't speak. The old man didn't seem to want to take the initiative to speak either. He just kept his head down and hurried along. From time to time, a complicated expression would appear on his face. After a long day, the old man brought Yang Kai to a mountain valley. Only after arriving here did the old man slow down. Yang Kai looked around and found that the mountain valley was covered by a thick fog. Once inside, he couldn't even see his own fingers in front of him. This thick fog was obviously not ordinary, because even when he probed it with his divine sense, he found nothing. It was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. After a while, the two landed on a flat ground in the mountain valley. The gentle force that had been enveloping Yang Kai slowly dissipated. After regaining his freedom, Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked around. Soon, he discovered that this place seemed to be the only place in the valley that was not covered by the thick fog. The area was not large, and as far as his eyes could see, there was only a simple wooden house. In front of Mu Wu, there were 20 to 30 graves. In front of each grave, there was a wooden plaque with a person's name engraved on it. Yang Kai was shocked. Although he knew that there must be no corpses in these graves, or even nothing at all, when he saw these graves, he inexplicably felt that there were many great master beings lying here. His eyes swept over these names one by one, but he didn't recognize any of them. These names were written in a flamboyant style, and each stroke and line of handwriting was natural and smooth, faintly containing the heavenly way, causing Yang Kai's heart to tremble. "Little friend, how should I address you?" the old man suddenly asked, looking kindly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai hurriedly cupped his fists and introduced himself. "So it's little friend Yang. Nice to meet you." The old man nodded slightly. Yang Kai asked solemnly, "May I ask Senior's name?" The old man was silent for a moment, then said, "This old man is Tianyin." Yang Kai bowed solemnly once again. After Tianyin responded, he pointed to the dozens of graves in front of them and said, "Little friend Yang, do you know who these people are?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "Although this junior doesn't recognize any of their names, I know that these seniors must have been some great master beings whose cultivation was extraordinary and whose hands and eyes reached the heavens." "Haha." Tianyin smiled slightly. "You're right. Then do you know, how did they die?" Yang Kai shook his head blankly. In fact, he was also thinking about this question at this moment. Tianyin was such an extraordinary master, but he seemed to have been guarding this place, and that simple wooden house was obviously the place where Tianyin usually meditated and rested. For an existence at the level of great emperors like Tianyin to guard these graves, these dead masters were definitely not nobodies. But, since they were not nobodies, who could have killed them? Could it be that Tianyin did it himself? Yang Kai didn't think the old man was the kind of person who liked to kill. Tianyin said, "A long time ago, the martial Tao flourished in this world. Masters at the Third Order Emperor realm emerged one after another, and various sects flourished and flourished." He didn't answer the previous question, but suddenly recalled the past. Yang Kai didn't dare to interrupt him and quickly put on a focused expression to listen. Back then, this old man was only a Third Order Emperor realm master, the same cultivation as the woman you met today, Tianyin continued, and Yang Kai knew that he was referring to Grandma Yu. Although this world is very different from the outside world, since it exists, it has its own trajectory and principles. Many masters explored the path to becoming stronger under the trajectory and principles of this world, seeking common ground while reserving differences. It was a happy and harmonious life. Tianyin's eyes showed a look of reminiscence. Hearing this, Yang Kai suddenly had a bad feeling that there was going to be a big twist or something. Sure enough, Tianyin continued, But the appearance of an object changed this world greatly. What object? Yang Kai asked in surprise. He really couldn't think of what it was that could cause such a drastic change in the entire world, and the masters buried here obviously died because of that object. In other words, that object had the power to destroy an entire world. Tianyin looked at him meaningfully and said unhurriedly, "A swarm of insects." Yang Kai's expression changed as he suddenly remembered what Yi Quan had said to him before and cried out involuntarily, "Soul-devouring insects?" Back at Heavenly Monster Mountain, Yi Quan had told Yang Kai that the Divine Ascension Mirror World had almost been destroyed because of the soul-devouring insects. Yi Quan had warned him that if he ever had the chance to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror World again, he shouldn't bring the soul-devouring insects in before he could fully control them. He also shouldn't leave them behind when he left. Yang Kai clearly remembered Yi Quan's serious expression and solemn tone when he said those words. Combined with Yi Quan's words, Yang Kai suddenly realized what the old man was talking about. That's right. Tianyin nodded seriously. That swarm of insects, I don't know where they came from. In the beginning, they were very weak, so not many people paid them any attention. However, their unique characteristics and their ability to restrain this world allowed them to rapidly grow stronger as they continued to kill and devour. Wherever they went, all living beings would be plunged into misery and suffering. Any living being with their own will would be devoured by them, and no one was able to resist. Families were destroyed one after another, and cities were devoured one after another. In just a few short years, their growth was unimaginable. When Tianyin said this, a dark look flashed through his eyes. By the time the powerhouses of this world realized that something was wrong, this swarm of insects had already grown to a point where no one could suppress them. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. As the master of the soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai understood better than anyone else just how destructive the soul-devouring insects were to this world. He had once predicted that if the soul-devouring insects were given enough time, they would definitely grow into an existence that could dominate everything in this world. However, this was just a hypothesis, and Yang Kai did not know if it would actually succeed. However, from Tianyin, Yang Kai learned that this hypothesis had really happened. Even though he had not personally experienced that scene, Yang Kai could almost imagine that sorrowful scene. Wherever the soul-devouring insects passed, there would be a deathly stillness, and there would be no more signs of life. They were too powerful, and their ability to restrain the living beings of this world was too obvious. Furthermore, they could continuously devour the souls of powerhouses to strengthen themselves, becoming stronger and stronger. Tianyin took a deep breath and continued, "Therefore, at that time, almost all the powerhouses joined forces to fight the soul-devouring insects to the death for themselves and for this world." Yang Kai felt his blood boil inexplicably. Even though Tianyin did not describe the scene of that battle, he seemed to see the magnificent scene of dozens of powerhouses from the Emperor realm fearlessly using their divine technique to besiege the swarm of soul-devouring insects. That battle would definitely cause the world to lose its color. That battle would definitely cause the sun and moon to lose their light. That battle was destined to be forgotten by the world. This was because after that battle, all the experts had turned into empty tombs with only their names recorded on them. Chapter 22:39. Tens of millions of years later, their names had been forgotten in the long river of history. The people who lived and worked peacefully in this world did not know that such a soul-stirring battle had taken place so long ago. Only an old man silently guarded their tombs. Only these tombs recorded the great achievements they had made, and only here could they recall the contributions they had made to this world. I'm sure you've seen the result of that battle. Tianyin looked sad as he pointed at the dozens of tombs in front of him. Yang Kai was filled with deep veneration and bowed deeply to these tombs. Straightening up, he asked again, "What about the soul-devouring insects? Were they killed?" Tianyin slowly shook his head and said sadly, "I'm ashamed to say this. Although we paid a huge price, the soul-devouring insects are not things that the creatures of this world can kill." Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. He said in shock, "Senior, you mean the soul-devouring insects are still alive?" Tian Yin nodded. How can this be? Yang Kai suddenly felt a little sad. So many experts here had died in order to exterminate the soul-devouring insects, but they had paid the price with their lives. In the end, they did not succeed. Didn't this mean that their sacrifice was not worth much? Thinking of this, Yang Kai was shocked. He said, "Where are the soul-devouring insects now? Come with me," the old man said before using his strength to wrap Yang Kai up again. In a flash, the two of them arrived in front of the pitch-black altar. Waving his hand, the old man dispersed the thick fog, revealing the altar before pointing to it with a look of dread and saying, "The insects that wreaked havoc in this world all those years ago, they are all sealed here." There was no need for him to say it. Yang Kai had already sensed it, because when he first appeared here, the soul-devouring insects in the soul-warming lotus began to riot uncontrollably, as if they wanted to break free from Yang Kai's restraints and fly out of the body. At the same time, a buzzing sound came from the altar, forming a strange resonance with the soul-devouring insects in the soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai's face changed dramatically. "You really do have soul-devouring insects." The old man glanced at him with a complicated gaze. This old man was also stirred up by them. "That's why I sensed something and went to Heavenly Monster Mountain to find out the reason. But I didn't expect that by the time I got there, you were already gone." However, this old man has guarded this place for tens of thousands of years and is extremely familiar with the aura of the soul-devouring insects. I sensed a unique aura in the Heavenly Monster Mountain, and after asking the Monster King of the Heavenly Monster Mountain, I chased after it to Divine Ascension City. Senior, don't worry. My soul-devouring insects aren't strong and won't cause any harm to this world. Also, I'll take them with me when I leave this place, Yang Kai said hurriedly. He thought that Tian Yin had brought him here to keep the soul-devouring insects, so he quickly explained. Little friend Yang misunderstands. Tian Yin slowly shook his head. This old man doesn't want your soul-devouring insects. This world was almost destroyed because of these insects, so how could this old man leave behind more soul-devouring insects? I just brought you here to ask you for a favor. What favor? Yang Kai was confused. This old man asks you to take them with you, Tian Yin said as he pointed at the dark altar. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and he said dryly, "Senior must be joking." He explained, "Because my soul-devouring insects are still considered weak, and because I obtained them a long time ago, this junior can still control a few of them. But the soul-devouring insects sealed here. Please forgive this junior for being unable to do anything." These sealed soul-devouring insects had even devoured several dozen third-order Emperor Realm Masters. How could Yang Kai dare to touch them? If he really took them into the soul-warming lotus, it wouldn't be long before he died without a burial place. "They are no longer as strong as they used to be," Tian Yin said. "They have been sealed for tens of thousands of years, and without the nourishment of their souls, they have become extremely weak. Since little friend has a way to control your soul-devouring insects, why can't you control them?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "Senior thinks too highly of me. I could still control my soul-devouring insects before, but after being here for less than 20 days, my insects are already disobeying my orders. After leaving this place, I will have to think of a way myself." At this point, Yang Kai suddenly paused and fell into deep thought. Seeing him like this, Tian Yin couldn't help but be shocked and looked at him expectantly. He had been guarding this place for tens of thousands of years and had never left Misty Valley. Firstly, it was to guard the graves of his old friends, and secondly, to guard the soul-devouring insects. However, leaving the soul-devouring insects in this world was always a hidden danger. If he could send them out of this world and prevent future troubles, that was definitely what Tian Yin wanted to see the most. Therefore, when he sensed that the soul-devouring insects in the altar had awakened, he immediately went to find Yang Kai and made this request to him. After a while, Yang Kai raised his head, his eyes shining brightly, and asked, "Senior, may I ask how strong these sealed soul-devouring insects are now?" Hearing this, Tian Yin answered seriously, "According to this old man's estimates, they are now slightly stronger than your soul-devouring insects, but not by much." "That's all?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. If that's all, we might still have a chance. What do you mean? Tianyin asked, puzzled. Yang Kai said seriously, Senior must also know that the outside world is very different from here. Although the soul-devouring insects are lawless here, there are many methods to deal with them in the outside world. This junior has a unique treasure that is born with the nemesis of various exotic insects. There is such a thing? Tianyin was shocked. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. This junior originally planned to use this unique treasure to subdue my own soul-devouring insects after leaving this place so that they will listen to my orders obediently in the future. If the soul-devouring insects sealed here are not too strong, this junior may be able to subdue them as well. The item he was referring to was naturally the insect enslavement bracelet left behind by the insect emperor. This thing was very effective against exotic insects, and the soul-devouring insects would definitely not be able to resist its power. Of course, this was on the premise that the soul-devouring insects were not too strong. If they were strong enough to devour even the Emperor realm, Yang Kai would not dare to act rashly. However, after receiving Tianyin's answer, Yang Kai had an idea that made him restless. With the help of this treasure, we can indeed give it a try. Tianyin looked excited. But how confident are you, my young friend? This old master brought you here and made this request just to give it a try. If it is too dangerous, this old master will just guard this place for a few tens of thousands of years. Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, I'm quite confident, but I still need Senior's help. Tianyin said, What do you need? Just tell me. Yang Kai said, My soul-devouring insects are fine. Although they are a little arrogant now, they are not harmful to me. However, if the soul-devouring insects sealed here are handed over to me, they will definitely enter my soul avatar. Junior would like to ask Senior to seal them slightly, so that this junior will not be able to contend against them. This was exactly what he was worried about. If he wanted to take away the soul-devouring insects, he would first have to absorb them into his body. If they suddenly attacked, how could Yang Kai resist? What's more, after he left this time, he still needed to refine the insect enslavement bracelet, so he definitely could not be disturbed too much. If he was caught in a battle with the soul-devouring insects, he would not be able to refine the Emperor artifact. What Yang Kai did not expect was that after he made this request, Tianyin actually showed a troubled look. Yang Kai asked curiously, Is this a very difficult matter for Senior? Tianyin glanced at him and nodded lightly. Yang Kai was shocked. How could that be? According to Senior, these soul-devouring insects are already extremely weak, but Senior's cultivation is so high. With this old master's strength, it is naturally easy to intimidate them for a while. But this old master cannot leave this world with you. Without this old master, the soul-devouring insects will definitely be unrestrained. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he looked at Tianyin in astonishment, pointing to the altar and asking, But Senior, how did you seal them back then? The soul-devouring insects back then were definitely 10,000 times stronger than they were now. At that time, the soul-devouring insects were sealed, so why couldn't they be sealed now? Yang Kai could not understand. Tianyin said, I am ashamed. This seal is not this old master's work. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, Could it be that it was the combined strength of everyone back then? Sort of. Tianyin nodded slightly, but there was another force added to it. Otherwise, how could it seal them for such a long time? What force? Yang Kai asked. Tianyin did not speak, but pointed to the sky. Yang Kai was at a loss at first, then suddenly understood, and then was shocked. He cried out involuntarily, The mighty power of heaven and earth, Mirror Soul? Tianyin said, This world has its own will and laws. The soul-devouring insects destroyed all living things and destroyed this world. The mighty power of heaven and earth could not tolerate it, and under the influence of the laws, we had the chance to seal the soul-devouring insects back then. After all, no matter how strong we were just food to the soul-devouring insects. Only the mighty power of heaven and earth formed a layer of protection between the soul-devouring insects and our power could stop them from devouring. With his explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood. This seal was roughly divided into two layers. One layer was the will of the mirror soul, which was the mighty power of heaven and earth, while the other layer was the power of the many masters. The two layers of power combined to seal the soul-devouring insects for tens of thousands of years, and neither could be missing. Senior, can you allow this junior to communicate with the mighty power of heaven and earth? Yang Kai asked with bright eyes, because at this moment, he suddenly remembered Grandma Yu's previous plan. She wanted to steal the soul-warming lotus, and her main goal was to use the soul-warming lotus as a medium to carry the mirror soul and refine this world. If Yang Kai could communicate with the mirror soul, he might have a chance to accomplish this. Once he succeeded, he would become the master of the divine ascension mirror and be able to enter it at any time to temper his soul. Chapter 22:40. But that wasn't all. More importantly, there were quite a few masters in the divine ascension mirror, such as Yi Quan, Bai Lu, Yuan Fei, Zhou Dian, Yuan Qing, Lin Yin, and even this great emperor realm existence, Tian Yin. If he could refine the flesh incarnation pill in the future, Yang Kai could summon a power that could sweep through the star boundary at any time. Just thinking about it made Yang Kai's blood boil. Tian Yin smiled but didn't say anything. His smile was meaningful. Yang Kai looked at his expression and immediately understood that his conversation with Grandma Yu had probably reached this master's ears. That was why he knew he had the soul-warming lotus, and why he wanted to communicate with the world will. He couldn't help but feel awkward. After a while, Tian Yin said, "It's not that this old master doesn't want to help you, but your cultivation is too low. Unless this world will takes the initiative to communicate with you, you won't be able to sense it no matter what, even if this old master helps you." The power of emperor pressure can control principles? Yang Kai thought about it. Although a Dao source realm cultivator could understand the power of principles, they could only use them and borrow them. However, those in the emperor realm could control them because they themselves were principles. The world force was the greatest principle in this world. If one wanted to communicate with it, they naturally had to have a corresponding cultivation. That's right, Tian Yin nodded. Then that's a pity, Yang Kai sighed. Tian Yin said, since you have the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, you may still have a chance, but you'll have to improve your own strength a little more. If you can really subdue the mirror soul like that woman said, then you'll have a chance. If you say you can refine this world, this might be a good thing for the living beings in this world. This old master will wait and see. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and cupped his fists. Junior will definitely do his best. Tian Yin praised, that day will come. Right now, the most important thing is to deal with these soul-devouring insects. But senior, Yang Kai looked troubled. You can't seal these soul-devouring insects. This junior doesn't dare to take them away. Tian Yin smiled and said, of course, I can't do it alone. However, if I can borrow the power of heaven and earth to recreate the events of the past, it won't be a problem. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said eagerly, then there's no time to lose. Thank you, senior. Tian Yin nodded slightly. Suddenly, he sat down cross-legged and remained motionless. Yang Kai stood quietly in place and waited. He knew that the other party wanted to communicate with the will of this world. He contacted the Divine Ascension Mirror's mirror soul. Tian Yin was in existence at the level of great emperors. He should have a high chance of accomplishing this. Suddenly, a divine perception that was vast like an ocean spread out and shot towards the surroundings. It vanished into the void and moved about indeterminately. In front of this pure and powerful divine sense, the divine sense was extremely powerful. Kaiyang felt as if he was as small as an ant. His heart trembled, and a look of fascination appeared on his face. This scene lasted for a full 4 hours. Just as Yang Kai was worrying about his gains and losses, Tian Yin suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Little friend Yang, are you ready?" As soon as he said this, Yang Kai's mind shook as he realized that Tian Yin had successfully borrowed the power of heaven and earth. He hurriedly nodded and said, "This junior is ready." Tian Yin said, "You have the soul-warming lotus. Then this old master will use your soul-warming lotus as a cage and seal the soul-devouring insects inside. However, you must remember that even though this old master has borrowed the power of heaven and earth and is using his own divine sense to support it, this seal won't be able to last long once you leave this world. You must deal with the soul-devouring insects before the time limit is up. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. This junior will remember. Yang Kai nodded seriously. The seal on the altar had been able to last for tens of thousands of years because it had always been in the divine ascension mirror world, affected by the will of the mirror soul and nourished by the power of heaven and earth. However, if Yang Kai left this place, the power of the seal would be like a tree without roots or water without a source, so it wouldn't be able to last for long. He had to completely subdue the soul-devouring insects before the seal was broken or banish them. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind. If there was really no other way, he would banish these soul-devouring insects into the void. After all, with his space divine technique, he could tear space apart at any time. Open your mind. Tian Yin roared again. Yang Kai hurriedly sat up straight and held his breath. In the next instant, he saw the pitch-black altar suddenly melt in front of his eyes. At the same time, a series of rapid buzzing sounds rang out, and countless soul-devouring insects flew out from the altar. Upon closer inspection, these soul-devouring insects seemed to be even more violent and unruly than the ones he had, and the aura they gave off was also incredibly ferocious. After all, these soul-devouring insects used to be incredibly powerful, but they had become weak after being sealed for tens of thousands of years. Even so, they were still stronger than the ones Yang Kai had. For some reason, they all flew towards Yang Kai as soon as they escaped, as if there was something about Yang Kai that attracted them. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai naturally felt his scalp go numb. He was currently a soul avatar, and this group of soul-devouring insects was not the same as the ones he had always controlled. If they surrounded him, it wouldn't take long for him to be completely devoured. Even his own conflagrated knowledge might not be able to restrain them. However, even though he felt scared, he didn't try to avoid them. At this critical moment, Tian Yin leisurely made his move. Pure, rich, and powerful great emperor-level divine sense poured out. At the same time, a rainbow bridge suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. One end was connected to the other end of the bridge, while the other end was connected to Tian Yin. The aura emitted by this rainbow bridge was so majestic that it seemed to be able to control the world. As soon as this rainbow bridge appeared, the soul-devouring insects suddenly fell silent for a moment, as if they were extremely afraid of it. Tian Yin didn't stop in the slightest, his hands forming a series of seals, fusing his own power into the rainbow bridge, turning it into a ball of light that slowly wrapped around the soul-devouring insects. In less than 10 breaths of time, only the ball of light remained in front of Yang Kai. After doing all this, the light on Tian Yin's body faintly dimmed, as if communicating with the world force was extremely difficult for him. However, he remained indifferent, his face solemn as he stretched out his hand and pointed at Yang Kai. The ball of light flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't dodge, instead opening his mind to receive it. After a short while, the ball of light fused into Yang Kai's soul avatar, and under his guidance, it fell into the soul-warming lotus, where it stabilized. Yang Kai stared inside his body, and soon found the ball of light that sealed the countless soul-devouring insects at the stamen of the soul-warming lotus. Even though it was sealed, Yang Kai could still feel a great threat from it. He knew better than anyone that once this ball of light was destroyed, the soul-devouring insects would swarm out and eat him clean from the inside out. At that time, no one would be able to save him. I'll teach you a set of seals. Familiarize yourself with it and strengthen the seal. Tian Yin's voice sounded. Yang Kai nodded seriously. The next moment, Tian Yin taught Yang Kai a set of sealing techniques in great detail. Yang Kai learned very quickly, mastering it in just 2 hours, earning Tian Yin's praise. After using this method to strengthen the seal, Yang Kai suddenly showed a strange expression and looked up in a certain direction. In the direction he was looking, tens of thousands of kilometers away from Fog Valley, there was a small city. The city wasn't big, and there weren't many people. Just as Yang Kai looked in that direction, a chubby, simple-minded little boy of 7 or 8 years old suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of Fog Valley. After a short while, the little boy's expression became very ugly as he muttered, "What a loss, what a loss. Tianyin, that old bastard. He really dragged this young master into this mess. I shouldn't have responded to him, what a loss." He muttered to himself for a while, but no one paid him any attention. At this time, a little girl with 2 ponytails suddenly walked in front of him. She put her hands on her waist and shouted fiercely at him, "Little fatty, what are you doing? Hurry up and follow this young master out of the city. If we're late by 1 o'clock, we won't be able to leave the city." The little girl was only 7 or 8 years old and had a strange appearance. At this moment, her long, shapely eyebrows were furrowed, and she spoke in an old-fashioned tone. "You actually called me little fatty." The little boy was instantly angry. He clenched his pinkish-white fist and said in a show of force, "You little girl, do you know who this young master is?" There was a thud. Before he could finish speaking, the little girl jumped up and punched him in the head. His neck shrank back and his eyes turned red. "Don't go too far," he shouted. What responded to him was a pair of fists that came straight at him. After a short while, the little girl raised her head and strode towards the city gate. She was even carrying a little fatty in her hand. The little fatty's face was filled with grief and indignation. He had an extremely resentful expression as he was dragged behind the little girl. Both of his eyes were swollen from the beating. In Misty Valley, Tianyin looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Little friend Yang, have you noticed something?" Yang Kai came back to his senses and looked at him in surprise. "Senior, you already knew this would happen?" Tianyin smiled and said, "Little friend Yang has a precious treasure like the soul-warming lotus, and the seal from before contained a trace of this world's world energy. With the help of the soul-warming lotus, little friend Yang can easily detect that person's location." Hearing this, Yang Kai hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks, Senior." Tianyin waved his hand and said, "This is all I can help you with. If you really want to become the master of this world, you still have to work hard. That person is not easy to communicate with. This junior understands. If there is a chance, this junior will definitely try. This old master also hopes that such a day will come. At that time, this old master may be able to break through the shackles of this power of law and take a look at the outside world." Tianyin showed a yearning look. His thoughts were basically the same as Yiquan's. They both wanted to see the outside world with their own eyes. However, the two had different starting points. Yiquan wanted to reach a higher level of martial Dao, while Tianyin was purely doing it for his own interests. Chapter 22:41. 3 days later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes in one of the stone rooms in the forbidden area of Azure Sun Temple. His soul had returned to his physical body, and the feeling at this moment was incomparably wonderful. He couldn't help but feel as if he had been reborn. After moving his arms and legs a little, Yang Kai didn't feel any major problems. Although he had stayed in the stone room for almost a month, his cultivation hadn't suffered any damage. On the other hand, his soul had greatly improved after being tempered in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. He wasn't in a hurry to leave and instead checked his current situation. Using his inner sight, he found that his knowledge sea was calm, but the seawater was much stronger than it had been a month ago. Before entering the Divine Ascension Mirror world, Yang Kai's soul sense was already comparable to that of a cultivator in the third-order Dao source realm. After absorbing so much soul sources in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, his soul sense had naturally become much stronger. Moreover, he had also obtained a peerless Great Soul Jade. However, the power of that Soul Jade couldn't be manifested in a short period of time. It would slowly be fed back to his soul through the soul-warming lotus in the future. Right now, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his soul sense was the strongest under the Emperor realm. He was already half a step into the Emperor realm. Once his physical body caught up, he would be able to smoothly break through this barrier. Inside the soul-warming lotus, the ball of light that sealed the soul-devouring insects was still there without any abnormalities. However, Yang Kai knew that he had to deal with it as soon as possible. Leaving such a thing in his knowledge, would always be a hidden danger that might suddenly erupt at any moment. This was especially true when his soul was injured. This matter couldn't be delayed. Meanwhile, inside his knowledge sea, there was also a soul-type artifact. It was currently dim and lightless. It was the purple sun profound light shield that Gao Shueting had given him. This soul-type artifact spirituality had been destroyed by Ban Qing when Yang Kai was fighting against him. It couldn't be used anymore and had to be properly nurtured. Yang Kai sorted out the things he needed to deal with in his mind and came up with a plan. Only then did he take out the restriction token that Gao Shueting had given him before, open the stone room's barrier, and walk out. He turned his head and looked around. As expected, the other stone rooms were empty. Presumably, Xiaoshang and the others had been brought back here by Wen Zishan during the few days she was with Tianyan. They should have been taken away to recuperate now. As for the divine ascension mirror, it remained at the center of the cave, slowly rotating. It emitted a mysterious light. Looking at this rare treasure, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he could feel that there was a slight connection between him and this divine ascension mirror. This connection originated from the seal on the soul-warming lotus, because within the seal, there was no one else. It had the power of the mirror soul. "You're out." In the darkness, a person's voice suddenly sounded. Yang Kai was startled for a moment, then hurriedly cupped his fists in that direction. "Elder Gao." Gao Shueting was undoubtedly waiting for Yang Kai here. After seeing him return safely, she nodded slightly and said, "There was a slight problem during this training that almost caused you to suffer a great disaster. It was this queen's fault for not being able to take good care of you." She was from the Emperor realm, yet she admitted her mistake in front of Yang Kai without any intention of shirking her responsibility. This greatly moved Yang Kai. He spoke up, "This wasn't Elder Gao's fault. It was Grandma Yu who was scheming." "Right, how is Grandma Yu now?" Gao Shueting said, "The temple master will deal with Grandma, you don't need to worry about it." "What about Brother Xia and the others?" Yang Kai asked again. Although Xiaoshang and the others' souls were shaken up, it's not too serious. They'll recover after a few months of rest. "That's good." Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't think that there was anything wrong with Xiaoshang and the others before, and Grandma you didn't do anything to them when they were searching for the soul-warming lotus, it wasn't until now that he could truly relax. "Since this matter is over, come with me. The temple master, the master, wants to see you," Gao Shueting said as she led Yang Kai outside, not forgetting to remind him before leaving, "The divine ascension mirror is the biggest secret of the temple. It's enough for you to know about it, but you must not reveal it to anyone else." "Yes," Yang Kai replied seriously. Gao Shueting remained silent along the way, only bringing Yang Kai with her as she flew towards Myriad Saints Peak. However, Yang Kai noticed that she wanted to say something several times, but hesitated, as if she wanted to ask something but didn't in the end. Yang Kai felt that she probably wanted to ask about Tianyan. Even Wen Zishan wanted to see him as soon as he came out because of Tianyan. There was a great emperors in the divine ascension mirror. This was simply too shocking, and even Wen Zishan probably didn't expect this. After a short while, the two arrived at Myriad Saints Peak. Gao Shueting stopped outside the hall and said to Yang Kai, "Go in by yourself, the temple master is inside." Yang Kai nodded lightly and walked towards the hall with familiarity. Inside the hall, Wen Zishan was alone, sitting cross-legged with a serious expression on his face. When he saw Yang Kai push open the door and enter, his eyes lit up and he smiled, "Boy, you're finally back." Yang Kai took a few steps forward and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Temple Master One. I was delayed for a few days because of some matters. It's good that you've returned safely." Wen Zishan extended his hand towards Yang Kai. "Come, drink a cup of spirit wine to calm your nerves." As he spoke, he waved his hand and a table, chair, and jug of wine appeared in front of him. Yang Kai was stunned, but he didn't refuse. He strode forward and sat down in front of Wen Zishan. "This king has many things to ask you." Wen Zishan filled his cup and poured one for Yang Kai, not bothering with trifles as he said, "If you think you can answer this king's questions, then speak freely. If you think you can't, then this king won't force you. Just pretend this king didn't ask, okay?" His attitude was very amiable, so Yang Kai quickly said, "Many thanks for Temple Master Wen's understanding." And Wen Zishan nodded and didn't say anything else. as if he was thinking about where to start. Yang Kai had already picked up his cup and took a sip. Seeing that Wen Zishan didn't say anything, he smiled and said, "Temple Master 1, this wine can't compare to the monkey god wine." Wen Zishan heard this and looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "You met Yiquan?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "I met him. Senior Yiquan also told this junior some interesting things about you." "Did that old boy tell you that this king got drunk with a few jars of monkey god wine?" Wen Zishan curled his lips. Yang Kai laughed and said, "That's right." "Humph." Wen Zishan snorted coldly. If this king didn't show that he couldn't handle the wine and talked nonsense, how could that old boy be willing to let me drink so much? Everything was within this king's plan. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. He didn't know who won the battle of wits and courage between these two third-order Emperor Realm Masters who lived in two different worlds. Senior Yiquan still misses Temple Master 1 very much. He said that after you went there once a few hundred years ago, you never showed up again. He was really disappointed. So he has prepared a lot of monkey god wine and is just waiting for Temple Master 1 to come. Ha ha ha. Wen Zishan laughed. At least he still has some conscience. This king didn't go in all these years because he was afraid that the old woman would think too much. But since she is already locked up by this king can enter the divine ascension mirror whenever he wants. I just don't know if Yiquan's monkey god wine is enough for this king to drink. After saying this, his expression suddenly turned solemn and he said in a deep voice, "This king heard from little Shueting that outside the divine ascension kingdom's king city, a great emperor suddenly appeared and took you away?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded seriously. "Are you sure that the other party's cultivation is that of one of the great emperors?" Wen Zishan's expression was extremely serious. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "This junior's cultivation is too low. Although I can't determine the other party's true realm, please forgive this junior for offending Temple Master 1. It's fine. That person is much stronger than you, Temple Master 1. Wen Zishan's expression turned serious. Since Temple Master 1 has entered the divine ascension mirror and knows Senior Yiquan, you should naturally know about Zhou. Oh right, Grandma Yu's soul avatar is also a third-order Emperor Realm Master. In comparison, that senior has already surpassed your level. Then there's no doubt that he's one of the great emperors." Wen Zishan took a deep breath and said in disbelief, "It's unbelievable that great emperors were born in that place. If this matter were to spread, it would probably shake the entire star boundary. By the way, how should I address this senior?" "He calls himself Tianyin," Yang Kai replied. "Tianyin, great emperors." Wen Zishan muttered, then looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Tianyin, why did Master Tianyin take you away?" In this world, any great emperors were recognized and respected by the world. So even though Wen Zishan had never met Tianyin, he still respectfully called him master. This was not only respect for the master, but also respect for the heavenly way and martial Tao. "For the soul-devouring insects," Yang Kai replied. He felt that there was no need to hide this matter. Of course, this was only limited to Wen Zishan. Although this temple master had a unique way of doing things and was usually not serious, Yang Kai could feel that he was a very reliable and righteous senior at critical moments. If not for this, he would not have taken the initiative to reveal information about the Divine Ascension Mirror to Yang Kai and arranged for Yang Kai to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror to train. As for the reward of those star seals, Wen Zishan could have just let Yang Kai enter the treasury and take 3 of them. Just based on the fact that Wen Zishan could reveal the sect's secret, the Divine Ascension Mirror, to Yang Kai felt that there was no need to hide it from him. Soul-devouring insects? Wen Zishan raised his eyebrows, but soon, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "I heard from Yiquan that there was a war called the Holy War in that world, and the source seemed to be a group of saint insects. Could it be, the source was the soul-devouring insects?" Senior Tianyin asked this junior to take the soul-devouring insects out of that world, so it was delayed for a few days. The soul-devouring insects are the nemesis of souls. Although I don't know what kind of method you used to restrain them, or what Tianyin Master did to help you, even if you have a treasure like the soul-warming lotus, you can't be careless. Wen Zishan warned with a serious expression. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai immediately understood. He had probably talked to Grandma Yu in detail and knew about the soul-warming lotus. Chapter 22:42. As for the soul-devouring insects, Junior knows what to do, Yang Kai said seriously. That's good. When Zishan looked at him and said, You don't look like someone who would mess around. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell this king. Many thanks, Temple Master 1. Over the next 4 hours, when Zishan asked about the various details of the Divine Ascension Mirror World in detail, Yang Kai also told him everything he knew and didn't hide anything. 4 hours later, Yang Kai walked out of the hall. Gao Shueting seemed to have been standing outside the entire time. When she saw him come out, she glanced at him and said lightly, The Temple Master sent a message saying that you need a secret room? Yang Kai nodded and said, Yes. Before leaving Wan Zishan's place, Yang Kai had indeed mentioned this request to him. Because he wanted to refine the insect enslavement bracelet, he needed a safe, secret room. When Zishan naturally agreed to such a small request, and directly told him to come out and find Gao Shueting. Come with me, Gao Shueting said as she turned around and flew out. Yang Kai followed closely behind. Half an hour later, Gao Shueting landed on a mountain peak that was neither too high nor too low. This mountain peak wasn't considered as majestic or extraordinary in the entire Qingyang mountain range. It looked very ordinary. However, this mountain peak was obviously blessed by some kind of array formation. Therefore, the spirit chi of heaven and earth was higher than in other places. There were no traces of buildings on the mountain peak, but large patches of purple bamboo could be faintly seen. The environment was also very elegant. Gao Shueting led Yang Kai directly to a cave mansion halfway up the mountain and formed a seal with her hands to open the barrier. She said, This purple bamboo peak is where I live. I usually live in one of the cave mansions above. If you need anything, just call out and I'll come over in a moment. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai felt a little flattered and cupped his fists. Many thanks, Elder Gao. He originally just wanted to find Wen Zishan and ask for a quiet and safe secret room, but he didn't expect Gao Shueting to bring him to Purple Bamboo Peak where she lived. She even arranged for him to live in a neighboring cave mansion. It was obvious that he wanted to take care of him. Gao Shueting nodded and tossed a restriction token to Yang Kai, saying, Go in by yourself. Yang Kai took the token, scanned it with his divine sense, and thanked him again before entering the cave mansion. Looking around, the cave was neither too big nor too small. There were several secret rooms that could be used. Although no one had lived here for a long time, it was as clean as new. This cave should be where Gao Shueting used to live. He wondered why she had changed to another one. With a powerhouse like Gao Shueting in the vicinity, Yang Kai naturally felt at ease. With this, he didn't need to worry about anything when refining the insect enslavement bracelet. Time was of the essence, so Yang Kai didn't dare to delay. He first familiarized himself with the restriction token. Then, he activated all the restrictions in the cave. Only then did he enter a secret chamber and sit down cross-legged to adjust his state of mind. Refining an Emperor artifact was not a simple matter. This was because Emperor artifacts were different from ordinary artifacts. Each Emperor artifact was full of Emperor intent and Emperor aura. If one's cultivation wasn't high enough during the refinement process, it was very likely that they would suffer backlash from the Emperor artifact. Therefore, when a cultivator with insufficient cultivation was refining an Emperor artifact, they had to adjust their state to the best possible level. After 3 days, Yang Kai felt that his essence, qi, and soul had reached their peak. Only then did he take a deep breath and take out the long-forgotten insect enslavement bracelet from a corner of the sealed world bead. Since he obtained this insect enslavement bracelet, he hadn't studied it properly. He had never thought about refining it either. It was just that this thing had played a miraculous role in 2 dangerous situations. The first time was when he and Shueyu encountered a group of strange butterflies in the severed world. The insect enslavement bracelet scared them away. The other time was when he encountered the monster insect queen in the ice valley of the Blue Feather sect. At that time, if it weren't for the insect enslavement bracelet deterring the monster insect queen, Yang Kai would not have been able to subdue it. Both miraculous effects saved Yang Kai's life, and the insect enslavement bracelet played a major role. Although his current cultivation was only in the first order Dao source realm, His divine sense had barely touched the Emperor realm, so refining this insect enslavement bracelet should not be a problem. Thinking so, he placed the palm-sized, bracelet-shaped Emperor artifact in the palm of his hand and put his palms together to cover it. He then pushed his divine sense and source chi at the same time and poured them into it. There was no reaction. The insect enslavement bracelet was like a piece of wood, not accepting any of his power. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. This was only to be expected. He slowly released his power and constantly attacked the insect enslavement bracelet, trying to open a gap in this Emperor artifact and engrave his own brand. Dozens of kilometers below Myriad Saints Peak, there was a dark underground secret room. At this moment, in this secret room, Grandma Yu was in a deranged state. Although her cultivation was imprisoned by an invisible force, she was still cursing incessantly. Wenzi Shan, you little beast, you little bastard, you'll die a horrible death. Even if this old woman turns into a ghost, I won't let you off easily. She seemed to have been cursing for a while, and even her voice was extremely hoarse, making her already unpleasant voice even more unpleasant. A person's voice suddenly rang out in this dark space. Grandma, you've been cursing and swearing for so long. It's so boring. My ears are getting calluses from listening to it. Granny Yu's cursing abruptly paused for a moment, but soon, she screamed hysterically, Wenzi Shan. Haha. Temple Master Wen smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, there was some light in this space. In the dim light, Grandma Yu's hair was disheveled, and she looked like an evil spirit, looking extremely terrifying. Wenzi Shan, however, turned a blind eye to this and looked at Grandma Yu amiably. Grandma, you're tired of cursing. Why don't you take a break? I brought you something to eat to moisten your throat. While speaking, he actually took out a plate of delicious and fragrant spirit fruits from his space ring, and with a slight force of his wrist, the plate of spirit fruits flew to Grandma Yu. The latter glared at him fiercely, her eyes bloodshot and filled with endless hatred. Perhaps she really needed to moisten her throat, but after a moment of silence, Grandma Yu reached out and picked up the spirit fruit and ate it in big bites. However, during the process, her pair of vicious eyes never left Wenzi Shan as she chewed noisily. From the looks of it, she did not seem to be eating spirit fruits, but Wenzi Shan's flesh and blood. In less than a quarter of an hour, the plate of spirit fruits had been eaten clean by Grandma Yu. Little bastard, you didn't poison the fruit? Grandma Yu wiped the corners of her mouth and looked at Wenzi Shan sarcastically. Temple Master Wen looked hurt and said with an aggrieved expression, Grandma, you and I have known each other for hundreds of years. How can you still maliciously speculate about me? Humph. It's because we've known each other for hundreds of years that this old woman can see through your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Grandma, you said coldly. When Zishan smiled bitterly, it seems that Grandma still has a big grudge against me. Grudge? Grandma, you sneered. You make it sound so simple. How can this old woman just have a grudge against you? I can't wait to drink your blood, eat your flesh, and gnaw on your bones. I can see that. When Zishan looked helpless, don't say it so horribly. Grandma, you suddenly changed the topic and said sarcastically, how is that young boy now? When Zishan looked at her in surprise and said, Grandma, you can't even protect yourself now, yet you still have the heart to care about others? I didn't know you had such good intentions. You already know the answer. Grandma, you raised her voice. I'm afraid you've already killed that boy, right? Why would I kill him? Wan Zishan curled his lips. For the soul-warming lotus, of course. Grandma, you said, if you can get the soul-warming lotus, so what if I get the soul-warming lotus? This time, when Zishan didn't wait for her to finish and directly interrupted her, I'm already a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and above that are the great emperors. Do you think that the soul-warming lotus is enough to reach that realm? Or do you think I should snatch his soul-warming lotus and do the same thing as you? Grandma, you looked at Wen Zishan coldly and said, it seems that you've talked to young boy in detail and know why this old woman wants the soul-warming lotus. Wen Zishan nodded and said bluntly, although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that your idea is very good, Grandma. The soul-warming lotus is a supreme treasure of heaven and earth, and it is indeed enough to bear the divine ascension mirror's mirror soul. If you use it as a bridge, you really have a good chance of refining that world. Humph. But Grandma. When Zishan's expression suddenly became serious, and he said earnestly, have you ever thought about how you'll refine the soul-warming lotus if the mirror soul doesn't respond to you even if you get it? How can the mirror soul not respond to me? Grandma, you screamed. This old woman has guarded the divine ascension mirror for 2,000 years and knows more about it than any of you. As long as this old woman gets the soul-warming lotus, this old woman is confident that she can fuse with the mirror soul. Are you sure? When Zishan stared at her meaningfully, are you sure it's that simple? He paused for a moment before his tone suddenly became sharp. Or are you just deceiving yourself, Grandma? Is this just your obsession to defeat me? Grandma, you suddenly froze. When Zishan continued, Grandma, do you know why you are still a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, even though you were already a First-Order Emperor Realm Master 2,000 years ago? What have you been doing for these 2,000 years? What do you see in your eyes? Grandma Yu's expression gradually changed, and her eyes that were filled with hatred and bloodshot gradually became blank, empty, and then confused. When Zishan's words seemed to have touched something buried deep in her heart. You clearly know that even if you get the soul-warming lotus, you won't necessarily be able to subdue the mirror soul. When Zishan sighed slightly. Bullshit. Grandma, you cursed. Then let me ask you, if it's really so easy to subdue the mirror soul, why didn't the great emperors who took young boy away do it? They should have the ability to do so. As soon as he said this, Grandma Yu was surprised and speechless. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.